Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I don't talk about my childhood home much. Even now, decades later, my chest gets tight just thinking about it. I've never shared the full story online before, but I need to get this out. It helps to know I'm not alone in experiencing things that can't be explained. We moved to Sycamore, New York in spring 1978 when I was just a newborn. My parents, Robert and Sarah, were so excited about the house. It was their first real home purchase. A split level in a nice suburban neighborhood with good schools. On paper, it was perfect. 3 bedrooms upstairs, a living room, dining room, kitchen, and this cozy den with a brick fireplace. The basement was partly finished with a guest room, billiard room, and small bar area my dad was particularly proud of. I don't remember the moving in process, obviously, but my earliest memories of that house are filled with inexplicable fear. My mom told me that even as a baby, I'd scream my head off whenever she carried me into the basement. She thought it was just the temperature change or the dimmer lighting at first. My first clear memory of something being wrong came when I was about 4. I woke up in the middle of the night to this horrible cackling sound, like a witch's laugh, but raspier and somehow more real. It felt like it was coming from inside my bedroom closet, and then suddenly from right beside my bed. I couldn't move, not like I was frozen in fear, though I definitely was, but like something was physically holding me down. I couldn't even scream. I just laid there, tears streaming down my face, waiting for it to stop. When it finally did, I ran to my parents' room and refused to sleep alone for weeks. My dad chalked it up to nightmares, but my mom wasn't so sure. She never said it outright back then, but I could tell she believed me. Probably because she was experiencing things too. Mom hated doing laundry in that basement. Our washer and dryer were set up against the back wall, past the billiard table and bar area. She'd always take me or my dad with her if she could. When I asked her why, she'd say, "I just like the company." It wasn't until I was 8 that she finally admitted the truth. "Danny," she said one day after rushing up the basement stairs with an empty laundry basket, "do you ever feel like someone's watching you down there?" When I nodded, she continued, "Sometimes when I'm folding clothes, I swear I can feel breath on the back of my neck, and when I turn around, nothing's there, but I know something was just standing right behind me." She'd often race up those stairs like something was chasing her. Sometimes I'd hear her crying in the kitchen afterward. Dad was the skeptic. He'd laugh off our fears, telling us it was just an old house settling or our overactive imaginations. But even he couldn't explain everything away. The billiard balls were what finally got to him. One Saturday morning when Mom had taken me grocery shopping, Dad was alone in the house. He was in the kitchen making coffee when he heard it. The distinctive sound of pool balls being racked in the basement. He told us he initially thought someone had broken in, so he grabbed a knife from the drawer and slowly made his way downstairs. The basement was completely empty. The billiard balls were perfectly arranged in the triangle rack, untouched. Every window was locked from the inside, and the exterior basement door had a deadbolt that hadn't been opened in months. When we got home, Dad was sitting at the kitchen table, still pale and shaken. He tried to laugh it off, but his voice trembled as he told us what happened. "Probably just the house settling," Mom said with this look that made it clear she was throwing his own dismissals back at him. He didn't appreciate it, and they had a hushed argument later that night when they thought I was asleep. Then there was the laundry chute. God, I still hate thinking about it. Our house had this narrow chute that ran from the upstairs bathroom down to a hamper in the basement. It was this small square door in the bathroom wall, maybe a foot across. Every single time I opened that little door to drop clothes down, I got the overwhelming sense that there was a face looking up from the bottom, grinning, waiting. I could never actually see anything when I peered down the dark shaft, but the feeling was so intense that I'd quickly slam it shut, my heart pounding. I never told anyone about the face in the chute until years later when my younger sister Emma, who was born in that house in 1980, mentioned it out of the blue during a family dinner. She described the exact same sensation, a malevolent presence looking up from the darkness. The blood drained from my parents' faces. That's when I knew they'd been keeping things from us. The worst part of the basement was definitely the area around the bar. It was this small setup with a counter, some stools, and shelves for liquor bottles. Nothing fancy, but Dad was proud of it. He'd refinished it himself before we moved in, but there was something deeply wrong with that space. The air felt different there, heavier, colder. Sometimes I'd see movement from the corner of my eye, but when I'd turn to look, nothing would be there, just empty stools and dusty bottles Dad rarely touched. I refused to go near the bar after what happened when I was 6. Mom had sent me down to get some paper towels from the storage area nearby. As I was grabbing them, I heard a sound like ice clinking in a glass from the bar area. When I looked over, one of the stools was slightly turned, as if someone had just gotten up from it. Then all the cabinet doors under the bar simultaneously flew open with a bang. I dropped everything and ran upstairs screaming. Dad went down to investigate and came back saying I must have not closed the cabinets properly the last time I was down there. But I never went near that bar if I could help it, and he knew it. That night, I heard my parents arguing again. "We need to tell them something, Robert," Mom hissed. "They're too young," Dad replied. "What good would it do except give them more nightmares?" "They're already having nightmares. Daniel won't even go down there anymore." Their voices got too quiet for me to hear after that, but the next morning at breakfast, they sat us down for a family talk. That's when they finally admitted they believed something had happened in our basement. Something bad. Dad reluctantly told us he'd heard from a neighbor that someone might have died there, probably a suicide, though he was quick to add that it was just neighborhood gossip. They never gave us the full story. I'm not even sure they knew it themselves, but that half explanation just made things worse. Now my imagination had fuel for all the terrifying scenarios that might have played out where I lived. As I got older, the activity seemed to intensify. I'd wake up to find my bedroom door open when I distinctly remembered closing it. Things would go missing only to reappear days later in obvious places. The TV would turn on by itself in the middle of the night. And always, that feeling of being watched. The most terrifying incident happened when I was 7. I woke up needing to use the bathroom in the middle of the night. As I stumbled sleepily down the hallway, I heard heavy footsteps coming up the basement stairs. I froze, thinking it was Dad, but then remembered he was on a business trip. It was just Mom, Emma, and me in the house. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs, and the basement door handle started turning slowly. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. Then my Mom's voice called out from her bedroom, "Danny, is that you?" The handle stopped turning immediately. I ran to my Mom's room, sobbing uncontrollably, trying to explain what had happened. We checked every door and window in the house, all locked from the inside. Mom even called the police, who found no signs of an intruder. They probably thought she was just a paranoid single mom with an overactive kid. We slept in Mum's room with a chair propped against the door that night. In the morning, we found all the billiard balls arranged in a perfect circle on the basement floor. After that night, my mom started looking for another house, but it took almost 2 years to find something we could afford. Those were the worst 2 years of my life. The incidents became more frequent, more aggressive. Books would fly off shelves. Doors would slam so hard the walls shook. That cackling laughter would echo through the heating vents at night. By the time we finally moved in 1986, all of us were wrecks. The strange thing was, we had a terrible time selling the house. It sat on the market for months, with buyers backing out at the last minute for vague reasons. One potential buyer told our realtor she got an awful feeling as soon as she walked into the basement. Even after we moved out, we had to go back occasionally to check on the empty house while it was still for sale. Those visits were the worst. Without our furniture and belongings, the house felt even more threatening, like it was angry we'd left. The air in the basement seemed to press against my skin, making it hard to breathe. Each time we'd leave, I'd feel this wave of relief wash over me once we got in the car, like I'd just escaped something terrible. We finally sold the house at a significant loss to a middle-aged couple with no kids. I sometimes wonder if they experienced the same things we did, or if whatever was there just wanted us specifically. I've been tempted to look them up over the years, but part of me doesn't want to know. I'm 45 now with kids of my own, and I still wake up sometimes hearing that horrible laughter. My sister Emma refuses to talk about the house at all. My dad passed away in 2010, taking whatever he knew to his grave. My mom will only say, "That place was sick, Danny. Something sick happened there and it never left." I've tried researching the house's history, but records for Sycamore are spotty before the 1970s. All I've found is that the previous owners only stayed 2 years before selling to my parents at a surprisingly low price. The psychological damage from those 8 years has never fully healed. I've had issues with anxiety, insomnia, and a crippling fear of basements my entire life. I can't even use laundry chutes in hotels. The sight of them makes me physically ill. My wife thinks I'm just claustrophobic, and I've never corrected her. The worst part is not knowing what really happened in that basement. Not knowing why it seemed to hate us so much. Not knowing if I imagined it all, or if something truly evil was living underneath our feet for 8 years of my childhood. Sometimes I dream about that bar area in the basement, with its dusty bottles and empty stools. In my dreams, there's always someone sitting there with their back to me. I know if they turned around, I'd finally see the face that's been haunting me for over 4 decades. But I always wake up before they do, gasping for air and drenched in sweat, feeling like I narrowly escaped something worse than death. I don't know why I'm sharing this now after all these years. Maybe I'm hoping someone from Sycamore might recognize the house from my description and know something about its history. Or maybe I just need to know I'm not crazy, that what my family experienced wasn't just our collective imagination. All I know for certain is that something was living in our basement in Sycamore, something that didn't want us there. And sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet, I still get the feeling it followed us. Oh. Story 2. I still struggle to talk about what happened to me in Blackwood. I've never been superstitious, despite growing up with my grandma's stories about spirits and ancestors. But after what I experienced, I don't know what to believe anymore. I was visiting my elderly aunt in rural Blackwood last summer. She's lived there her whole life in the same small house where my mom grew up. I hadn't been back since I was a kid, but after my mom passed away last year, I felt I should reconnect with what family I had left. Blackwood is barely a dot on the map, just a cluster of homes scattered among rice paddies and dense vegetation. The village sits in a valley with mountains in the distance and bears the physical and emotional scars of the war even decades later. Most young people have left for the cities, leaving behind mostly older folks who've lived there their entire lives. My aunt's house sits near a canal that cuts through the village. Nothing special, just a narrow waterway with a small concrete bridge crossing it. But something about that canal always made me uneasy, even as a kid. The first few days of my visit were uneventful. I helped my aunt around the house, listened to her stories about my mom's childhood, and tried to adjust to the slow pace of rural life after living in the city for so long. On my 4th night there, I woke up around 2 a.m. to use the bathroom. The house was dark, except for the faint blue glow of a Buddhist shrine in the corner of the main room. As I walked back to bed, I glanced out the window that faced the canal and froze. A figure stood by the water. It was too dark to make out details, but I could clearly see someone standing motionless at the edge of the canal. I squinted, thinking it might be a neighbor, but who would be out there in the middle of the night? I watched for maybe 30 seconds before the figure seemed to slowly turn toward the house. That's when I let the curtain fall and hurried back to bed, suddenly cold despite the humid night air. The next morning, I mentioned it to my aunt while we had breakfast. "Did one of the neighbors go fishing at the canal last night?" I asked casually. My aunt's hand trembled slightly as she set down her tea. "No one goes to the canal at night," she said firmly. "No one." I pressed her about it, and she sighed deeply before telling me about Min and Kwang. "It happened maybe 10 years before you were born," she explained. "Kwang was just a teenager who went for a haircut. His father Min didn't like how it turned out and tried to fix it himself. The boy ran away, afraid of his father's scissors. They lived in the house that used to be across the canal, where that empty lot is now." She pointed through the window to an overgrown patch of land on the other side of the water. I'd noticed it before, but assumed it was just unused property. "The ground was still dangerous back then," my aunt continued. "Many explosives from the war remained buried. As Kwang ran, he triggered something, a mine or a grenade, no one knows for sure. The explosion, it was terrible." My aunt's voice grew quieter. Everyone in the village heard it. Min rushed outside to find his son in pieces. The boy's insides were scattered everywhere, on the trees, in the canal, on Min himself. Min never recovered from the shock. He stopped eating, stopped talking. A month later, they found him hanging from a tree near the canal. I felt sick as I listened. "That's horrible," I whispered. "After that, people started seeing things. Min's spirit haunts the canal, especially at night. He calls out, sometimes making sounds like he's looking for his son. The neighbor across the way, old Mr. Tran. He saw Min's ghost so many times he refused to sleep in his own house. He would stay with relatives in the next village and only return during daylight." I remembered the figure I'd seen and shivered. "There are others too," my aunt added. "A woman drowned in the canal years ago. She appears when it rains, her hair long and wet, her clothes dripping. And there are more. People who died during the war, accidents over the years. That small area has seen too much death." I tried to rationalize what she told me. These were just old stories, the kind that spring up in small villages where entertainment is scarce. The figure I saw was probably just a neighbor checking their fishing traps, despite what my aunt claimed about no one going there at night. That day passed normally. I helped my aunt in her garden and visited the small local market. A few of the older villagers recognized me as my mother's daughter and greeted me warmly. No one mentioned the canal or its stories. As evening approached, dark clouds gathered. The forecast hadn't mentioned rain, but in rural areas like this, weather predictions often miss the mark. My aunt hurried to bring in laundry from the line while I secured loose items around the yard. The rain started around 7 p.m., a sudden heavy downpour typical of summer storms. The electricity flickered a few times before stabilizing. My aunt lit some candles just in case and settled in her favorite chair to watch a soap opera on her small TV. I sat by the window, watching raindrops race down the glass and listening to the rhythm on the metal roof. The canal would be swelling with rainwater. I found myself staring in that direction, though the darkness and rain made it impossible to see anything clearly. Around 9 p.m., my aunt announced she was going to bed. "Don't stay up too late," she advised, "and don't look at the canal too much. Sometimes looking is enough to invite them to show themselves." I laughed lightly. "I'll be fine, Aunt. I don't believe in ghosts." She gave me a serious look. "It doesn't matter if you believe in them. They believe in themselves." After she went to her room, I continued sitting by the window, now feeling slightly foolish for my growing unease. The rain had slowed to a drizzle, and occasionally lightning would illuminate the landscape, giving brief, stark views of the canal and bridge. During one such flash, I saw someone standing on the bridge. My heart jumped. It was definitely a person. The silhouette was unmistakable. When darkness returned, I strained to see, but could make out nothing. I waited for another lightning flash, and when it came, the bridge was empty. I told myself it was just someone crossing, caught in the rain, but at this hour, in this weather. I moved away from the window and turned on the TV, keeping the volume low so as not to disturb my aunt. I found a movie to watch, trying to distract myself. By 11 p.m., the rain had stopped completely. The night was now eerily quiet except for the dripping of water from the eaves and distant frog calls. I turned off the TV and decided to go to bed, feeling silly about being spooked by my aunt's stories. As I went to close the front window, I took one last look toward the canal. The clouds had partially cleared, allowing some moonlight to filter through. What I saw made my blood freeze. A man stood at the edge of the canal facing our house. Even from this distance, something about his posture seemed wrong, too still, too rigid. As I watched, paralyzed, he slowly raised one arm, pointing directly at me. I dropped the curtain and backed away, my heart pounding. Part of me wanted to wake my aunt, but I also didn't want to frighten her. Maybe I was seeing things. Maybe it was just a villager out for a late walk. I forced myself to look again, pulling the curtain back just an inch. He was gone. Relief washed over me, followed immediately by doubt. Had I imagined it? Was my aunt's story getting to me? I decided to get a glass of water to calm my nerves before bed. As I stood in the kitchen, I heard something that made me freeze, a soft, wet slapping sound coming from the front of the house, like bare feet on the concrete path. Slap, slap, slap. It stopped at the front door. Then came 3 distinct knocks. I stood motionless, the glass of water forgotten in my hand. It was nearly midnight. Who would be visiting? My aunt was asleep, and the sound hadn't woken her. The knocking came again, more insistent this time. "Who is it?" I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. No answer, just another series of knocks. I moved to the front room, my heart hammering. Through the thin curtain covering the door's window, I could see a dark silhouette. "Hello," I called louder this time. "What do you want?" The figure remained still, saying nothing. There was something off about the shape. The proportions seemed wrong somehow. Against my better judgment, I stepped closer to the door. "If you don't say something, I'm going to wake my aunt and call for help." Then came a voice, a raspy whisper that seemed to seep through the cracks of the door rather than project through it. "Let me in. I'm looking for my son." My whole body went cold. I backed away from the door, nearly tripping over a footstool. "My son," the voice repeated louder now. "Have you seen my son? I need to fix his hair." I ran to my aunt's room and shook her awake. "Aunt, someone's at the door." She woke with a start. "What? What time is it?" "Almost midnight. There's a man at the door asking about his son." My aunt's face drained of color. She grabbed my arm with surprising strength. "Don't open the door, no matter what." We heard more knocking, more insistent now. My aunt slowly got out of bed and reached for a Buddhist amulet hanging on her wall. She pressed it into my hand. "Hold this," she instructed, then moved to her dresser and pulled out a small pouch of salt and a bundle of incense sticks. The knocking had become pounding, the door shuddering with each impact. "Let me in," the voice demanded, no longer a whisper, but a guttural growl. "I know he's in there. I can smell his blood." My aunt lit the incense while muttering prayers under her breath. The sweet smoke filled the small bedroom as the pounding continued. Suddenly it stopped. We waited in tense silence for what felt like an eternity. Then came a sound from the kitchen, the back door handle jiggling. "He's trying to get in the back," I whispered. My aunt nodded grimly. "Stay here." She took the incense and walked toward the kitchen, her small frame somehow appearing stronger than I'd ever seen it. I wanted to follow, but felt rooted to the spot. Through the bedroom window, I could see the canal in the distance, illuminated by moonlight. A figure stood in the water, a woman with long, dark hair covering her face, her clothes clinging wetly to her body, despite the rain having stopped hours ago. As I watched in horror, she slowly raised her head and seemed to look directly at me. Then she began walking through the water toward the house. I heard my aunt in the kitchen, her voice raised in prayer. The jiggling at the back door had stopped, but now I heard scratching at the bedroom window, right where I was looking out. The scratching turned to tapping, then knocking. The woman from the canal was now right outside the window, her face still hidden behind a curtain of wet hair, water pooling beneath her on the ground. "Aunt!" I called out, my voice breaking with fear. She rushed back in, saw what was happening, and quickly placed incense on the windowsill. "Don't look at her," she warned. "She wants you to look." I turned away, but not before seeing pale fingers press against the glass, leaving watery streaks. The night became a nightmare of activity. When the woman at the window disappeared, the man returned to the front door. When he left, we heard footsteps on the roof. Sometimes there were whispers from multiple voices, some sounding like children, others like old men or women, all coming from different parts of the house simultaneously. My aunt continued praying, lighting more incense and placing salt at each doorway and window. I sat in the corner of her room, clutching the amulet so tightly that it left an imprint on my palm. Around 3 a.m., my aunt checked the front window and gasped. I couldn't help myself. I looked too. At least a dozen figures stood at the edge of the canal, all facing our house. Men, women, children, some in old-fashioned clothes, others in more modern attire. One man held scissors that gleamed in the moonlight. The woman with wet hair stood in the center. "Why are they here?" I whispered. "Why now?" My aunt shook her head. "Sometimes they become more active when a stranger comes to the village. Someone who doesn't know to avoid the canal at night." The figures began moving forward in unison, crossing the bridge and walking down the path toward the house. "What do we do?" I asked, panic rising in my throat. "We wait for sunrise," my aunt said simply. "They cannot stay when the sun comes." The next few hours were the longest of my life. The figures surrounded the house, peering in windows, scratching at walls, whispering names and phrases that made no sense. Sometimes they called my name, though I hadn't told it to anyone but my aunt. Sometimes they spoke in my mother's voice, begging me to open the door. My aunt remained stoic, maintaining her prayers and occasionally reinforcing the salt lines when the whispers grew too loud in a particular area. I noticed she never looked directly at the windows. As the first hint of dawn appeared on the horizon, the activity began to subside. The whispers grew fainter, the scratching less frequent. My aunt finally sat down, exhaustion evident on her face. "It's almost over," she said. When the sun finally rose, we cautiously checked outside. There was no one there, of course, but all around the house, the ground was covered in wet footprints that led back to the canal. Some were adult-sized, others belonged to children, and most disturbing of all, one set of prints seemed to have been made by someone dragging intestines behind them, leaving long, snaking marks in the dirt. I left Blackwood that day, despite my aunt's protests that I should stay and properly ward myself against the spirits before traveling. I couldn't spend another night there. My aunt understood and gave me her amulet to protect me on the journey. I've never returned to Blackwood, and I never will. But sometimes, on rainy nights, I hear wet footsteps outside my apartment door, followed by soft knocking. And sometimes, when I close my eyes to sleep, I see a man holding scissors asking if I've seen his son. I don't know what happened at that canal. I don't know why the spirits chose that night to appear to me. All I know is that the stories my aunt told weren't just village superstitions. They were warnings. And I should have listened sooner. Zeyu. Story 3. I've never told this story publicly before. It's been over 10 years now. But what happened that night at Lance's grandparents' lake house still haunts me. I've tried to rationalize it countless times, but some experiences just defy explanation, no matter how hard you try to make sense of them. This happened back in 2013 in Lakeview, Washington. My buddy Lance had invited me to spend the weekend at his grandparents' lakeside property. They were away on a cruise, and we were going to crash there before heading to a Halloween party nearby. Lance had been going to this house since he was a kid, but I'd only been there a couple times before. The place itself was pretty cool, built in the 1940s by Lance's grandfather, who was apparently quite the handyman. The house was nestled into a hillside overlooking the lake, with this massive picture window in the living room that gave you an incredible view of the water. It had that distinct smell old lake houses have, a mixture of wood, slight dampness, and decades of family memories. I remember Lance mentioning once that his grandfather had actually died in the basement of that house about 15 years earlier. Heart attack, I think. Lance wasn't particularly superstitious about it, but he did say the basement always gave him the creeps after that. I didn't blame him. It was one of those unfinished spaces with exposed beams, old tools hanging on the walls, and barely enough light to see where you were going. Lance had also told me about some jet ski accident that happened on the lake back in the early 90s. Some teenager had crashed and drowned, not directly in front of the property, but close enough that Lance's grandparents had been some of the first people on the scene. Pretty grim stuff. Anyway, we arrived at the house around 4 p.m. on a Friday. It was late October, and the weather was doing that typical Pacific Northwest fall thing. Grey skies, temperature hovering around 45 degrees, occasional drizzle. The kind of weather that makes you want to curl up inside with a hot drink. The Halloween party wasn't starting until 9, so we had a few hours to kill. After getting settled, we decided to grab some beers from the fridge and check out the lake. The property had a little dock that extended maybe 30 feet into the water. It was already getting dark as we walked down there, and the fog was starting to roll in across the surface of the lake. The water was dead calm, like glass. No wind, no boats, nothing. We were just standing there at the end of the dock, shooting the shit and enjoying our beers, when Lance suddenly stopped mid-sentence and pointed toward the shoreline. "What the hell is that?" he asked. I looked where he was pointing, and about 10 feet away, in the reeds near the shore, something was thrashing around in the shallow water. We walked back along the dock and cautiously approached the reeds. What we found made absolutely no sense. It was a salmon, but not just any salmon. This thing was in an advanced state of decay. Its flesh was hanging off in places, exposing bone. One eye was completely gone, and the other was cloudy white. Yet somehow, impossibly, it was still alive, flopping weakly in the shallow water. "What the fuck?" I said, completely baffled. "How is this thing still alive?" Lance looked equally confused. "I don't even know how a salmon got in this lake in the first place. There's no connection to the sea. No salmon run here." We just stood there, watching this half-dead fish struggling. It was honestly one of the most unsettling things I've ever seen. Something that should have been dead weeks ago, somehow still clinging to life. After a minute or so, Lance picked up a rock and put it out of its misery. We both felt weirdly shaken. "That was messed up," I said as we walked back to the house. "Maybe someone caught it somewhere else and released it here?" Lance shrugged. "Maybe, but why would someone release a dying fish? And how long ago? That thing was practically a zombie." By the time we got back to the house, it was fully dark, and the temperature had dropped further. We went inside, cranked up the heating, and tried to forget about the weird fish incident. We spent the next few hours watching TV and getting ready for the party. We left for the Halloween party around 9 p.m. and stayed until about 1 a.m. It was your typical college-age Halloween thing. Lots of booze, bad costumes, loud music. Nothing remarkable happened there. When we got back to the lake house, I immediately noticed something was off. Even from the driveway, I could see what looked like all the lights were on inside. Lance noticed it too. "Did we leave all those lights on?" he asked. I was pretty sure we hadn't, but we'd both had a few drinks, so I figured maybe we just forgot. Lance unlocked the front door, and as soon as we stepped inside, we were hit with a blast of freezing cold air. "Jesus, it's freezing in here," I said, hugging my arms around myself. Lance flipped on the entryway light, and we both stopped dead in our tracks. Every single window in the living room was wide open, not just unlocked or cracked, fully open. The curtains were billowing in, and the room was absolutely freezing. "Did you leave these open?" Lance asked, looking at me with his eyes wide. "Hell no," I replied. "Why would I open all the windows when it's 40 degrees outside?" We stood there in confused silence for a moment, then started going around closing all the windows. There were 6 in the living room alone. As I shut the last one, I noticed something that made my skin crawl. "Lance, these windows don't have any condensation on them," I said. "If they'd been open since we left, there would be moisture from the cold air." "Maybe they haven't been open that long," he suggested, but I could tell he was unnerved too. We checked the rest of the house and found every window was open: bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, even the small window in the laundry room. 20-something windows in total, all thrown wide open to the freezing night air. We went around closing and locking each one, both of us getting increasingly freaked out. "Someone must have broken in," Lance said, but there was no sign of forced entry, and nothing seemed to be missing. The TV was still there, his grandma's jewelry box was untouched, and our laptops were right where we left them. Once we had all the windows closed and locked, we sat in the living room, trying to make sense of what was happening. The house was slowly warming up again, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. "Maybe it was a prank," I suggested. "Someone from the party who knew we'd be here?" Lance shook his head. "Nobody knew we were staying here except Jake and Melissa, and they were still at the party when we left." We sat in silence for a while, both of us on edge. Then I heard a distinct click from the kitchen. Lance heard it too. We both turned to look. One of the kitchen windows was open again. I felt my heart rate spike. "Did you just see that happen?" Lance nodded slowly, his face pale. "It just opened by itself." We got up and walked to the kitchen. Sure enough, the window was wide open, cold air pouring in. Lance reached out and closed it, making sure to lock it this time. "This is getting weird, man," he said, his voice tense. We heard another click, this time from behind us, back in the living room. We spun around to see one of the windows we had just closed was now open again. That's when the real fear set in. This wasn't someone breaking in. This was something else entirely. "We need to check outside," Lance said, grabbing a flashlight from a drawer. I found a knife in the kitchen. Not that I thought it would help against whatever was happening, but it made me feel slightly better. We stepped out onto the back deck, the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The fog had gotten much thicker, rolling across the lake's surface and up onto the shore. It was so dense I could barely see the end of the dock. That's when we heard it, faint at first, almost imperceptible. Piano music, slow, melancholy notes drifting through the fog. It was coming from the direction of the lake. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. Lance nodded, his expression a mixture of confusion and fear. "Where the hell is it coming from?" We stood perfectly still, listening. The music was growing gradually louder, the notes clear and deliberate. It wasn't a recording or the radio. It had that distinctive quality of live music. But there was something off about it, something that made the hairs on my arms stand up. The melody was unfamiliar, somber, almost like a funeral dirge, but more complex. "There's no way that's coming from a neighbor," Lance said. "The nearest house is half a mile away." He was right. The sound seemed to be emanating from the lake itself, but that was impossible. There was nothing out there but water and fog. As we listened, the music continued to intensify, growing not just louder, but somehow more insistent. I felt a knot forming in my stomach as we stood there, paralyzed by the impossibility of what we were hearing. "Let's go check the dock," Lance said, though I could tell he didn't want to any more than I did. We reluctantly made our way down the path to the water, the flashlight beam barely penetrating the thick fog. The music was definitely coming from the direction of the lake, but we couldn't see anything through the wall of white mist. When we reached the dock, the wooden planks felt strangely vibrant beneath our feet, almost as if they were resonating with the music. We walked to the end, straining to see anything in the fog. "Hello?" Lance called out, his voice sounding small and swallowed by the mist. No response, just the continuing piano melody, now so clear it felt like it was surrounding us. I swept the flashlight across the water, but the beam just reflected back off the fog. There was no boat, no floating piano, nothing to explain what we were hearing. Then something changed. The music shifted, becoming more urgent, more complex. It wasn't just a melody anymore. It felt like it was trying to communicate something. I know how crazy that sounds, but that's exactly how it felt. "We should go back to the house," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Lance nodded, and we turned to head back. As we did, the music suddenly swelled, like whoever or whatever was playing knew we were leaving. The notes came faster, louder, more chaotic. We practically ran back up the path to the house, the sound following us the whole way. When we reached the back deck, I turned to look back at the lake. The fog had crept all the way up to the house now, thick white tendrils curling around our ankles. That's when I noticed the house. Every single window was open again, all of them, even though we had just closed and locked them. "Lance," I said, my voice shaking as I pointed. He stared at the house, then back at me. "What the fuck is happening?" We stood there frozen for a moment, the piano music still playing from the lake, the house completely open to the night air. It felt like we were caught between two impossible things. "We need to get out of here," I said. Lance shook his head. "It's almost 2 a.m. We're both buzzed. We can't drive anywhere, and the nearest hotel is 30 miles away." He was right. We were stuck here, at least until morning. We reluctantly went back inside, closing all the windows again. The piano music had faded somewhat now that we were indoors, but I could still hear it faintly in the background, a persistent reminder that something inexplicable was happening. We decided to stay in the living room rather than separate into different bedrooms. Neither of us said it out loud, but I know we were both thinking the same thing: safety in numbers. We kept all the lights on and turned the TV up loud to drown out the distant piano music. We took turns staying awake, watching the windows, ready to close them if they opened again. They did, repeatedly. Every time we'd look away, even for a few seconds, we'd hear that telltale click and turn to find another window open. It was maddening. By 4 a.m. we had given up on closing them, resigned to sitting in the cold, listening to the piano music gradually fade as dawn approached. As the first light of morning broke through the fog, the music finally stopped completely. The windows, bizarrely, remained open, as if whatever force had been opening them had finally achieved its goal. We were exhausted, cold, and thoroughly freaked out. Neither of us had slept at all. When Lance's girlfriend Melissa arrived around 10 a.m. to pick us up for breakfast, we had arranged this the night before, she walked in and immediately complained about how cold it was. "Why are all the windows open? It's freezing in here," she said, completely unaware of what we'd experienced. Lance and I exchanged glances, but didn't say anything. How could we explain what had happened? It sounded insane even to us, and we had lived through it. Over the years, Lance and I have discussed that night many times, trying to make sense of it. We've never reached any satisfying conclusion. How could a decaying salmon still be alive? Where did the piano music come from on a deserted lake? And what force kept opening all those windows, no matter how many times we closed them? Sometimes I wonder if it had something to do with Lance's grandfather, who died in that basement. Or maybe it was connected to that drowning victim from the 90s. Perhaps they were trying to communicate, growing more desperate and dramatic in their attempts as the night wore on. Or maybe there's a perfectly rational explanation that we're just not seeing. But 10 years later, I still haven't found it. And to be honest, part of me doesn't want to go looking too hard. Some questions might be better left unanswered. All I know for sure is that I've never experienced anything like that night before or since. And I've never gone back to that lake house. Some places have energy you just shouldn't mess with. And whatever was there that night, whatever wanted our attention so badly, is something I'm content to leave in the past. Story 4. I never believed in ghosts or any of that supernatural crap before moving into my grandfather's house. I was always the skeptical type who needed evidence for everything. Looking back now, I wish I could still be that person, the one who could brush off weird sounds as just the house settling or the wind playing tricks. But after what happened that fall in 2010, I can't pretend anymore. When my grandfather died, he left me his house in Pinewood, New York. It was this weird hillside home he'd built himself back in the 1940s. From the front, it looked like a normal one-story house, but the backside revealed it was actually 2 stories with a full basement underneath. The place had a ton of character, but honestly gave me the creeps sometimes, especially considering how my grandfather died. He passed away while I was still in high school. Had some kind of accident while working on one of his endless projects in that basement. My parents never gave me the full details, just that he fell and hit his head. They found him at the bottom of those wooden exterior stairs that led up to the back deck. I didn't think much about it at the time. Accidents happen, right? When my parents decided to move to Florida after I finished college, they offered me the house since I wanted to stay in New York. It seemed like a no-brainer. Free house in a decent town, plenty of space, and my 2 best friends, Jay and Ethan, lived nearby. My parents were hardly ever there anyway, always traveling or staying at their Florida condo. For the first few months, everything was normal. The 3 of us fell into this comfortable routine. Thursday nights became our thing. Cheap beer night at O'Malley's downtown, then back to my place to watch whatever movie we could agree on. My house became our hangout spot since I had the biggest TV and no neighbors close enough to complain about noise. It was late September when the first weird thing happened. That night started like any other Thursday. We hit O'Malley's for dollar beers, probably had one too many, then headed back to my place around 11. We were watching some stupid action movie, I think it was The Expendables, when Ethan wanted a smoke. None of us smoked inside, my one house rule. So we paused the movie and stepped out onto the back deck. It was one of those perfect fall nights, just cold enough that you could see your breath but not uncomfortable. We were out there maybe 15 minutes, just bullshitting about work and girls and the usual crap. When we came back in through the sliding door to the kitchen, I immediately felt something was off. Every single cabinet door and drawer in my kitchen was open. Not just cracked open, but fully open, like someone had deliberately gone through and opened each one. The fridge door was closed, but all the cabinets, all the drawers, everything else was wide open. What the fuck? I remember saying. My first thought was that we'd left them open before going to the bar, but that made no sense. Why would all 3 of us be rummaging through every cabinet before leaving? Jay laughed nervously. Dude, did you leave them like this? No way, I said. I was getting a really bad feeling in my stomach that had nothing to do with the cheap beer. Ethan walked over and started closing them. Maybe there was a mini earthquake or something? I knew that was bullshit, but I wanted to believe it. We were all on edge, looking at each other, trying to figure out if one of us was playing a prank. Then Jay noticed something that made my blood run cold. Guys, wasn't the front door locked when we left? We always used the backsliding door that led to the deck. The front door stayed locked most of the time. I barely even used it. But Jay was right. The deadbolt was unlocked, and the door was slightly ajar. That's when real fear hit me. Someone had been in my house while we were outside smoking. Someone could still be in my house. "We need to check the whole place," Ethan said, trying to sound braver than he looked. I grabbed a baseball bat from my bedroom closet. Jay found a golf club in the hall closet. Ethan picked up a heavy flashlight from the kitchen counter. We must have looked ridiculous, 3 slightly drunk guys with improvised weapons. But the fear was real. We searched every room, every closet, under every bed. The basement was the worst, dark and full of my grandfather's old tools and junk I hadn't gotten around to clearing out. But we found nothing, no sign of anyone, nothing missing or disturbed besides those kitchen cabinets and drawers. "Maybe someone tried to rob the place and got scared off when they heard us on the deck," Jay suggested after we'd searched everything. It seemed plausible, but something about it felt wrong. Why open all the cabinets and drawers, but not take anything? My laptop was sitting right there on the coffee table. There was cash in a jar by the fridge. None of it made sense. We ended up finishing the movie, but nobody was really watching. We kept looking toward the doors, jumping at every creak the old house made. Jay and Ethan both decided to crash at my place that night, neither wanting to admit they were too freaked out to leave me there alone. The next morning in the daylight, the whole thing seemed less scary. We convinced ourselves it was probably just some kid from the neighborhood trying to pull a prank or looking for alcohol. I changed the locks the next day anyway. For a few weeks after that, nothing unusual happened. I started to relax again, figuring it was just a one-time thing. Jay and Ethan still came over regularly, and we still did our Thursday beer and movie nights. Then came that night in late October that I still can't explain. It was another Thursday. Jay texted saying he'd be late, something about helping his sister move a couch. So Ethan came over early, and we were just hanging out in the living room waiting for Jay. It was around 8:30, already dark outside with that deep darkness you only get in fall. We were sitting there arguing about whether to order pizza or Chinese when we heard it. Footsteps, not inside the house, but on the wooden exterior staircase that led up to the back deck. The stairs my grandfather had built himself, the ones he'd fallen down. These weren't subtle creaks that could be dismissed as the wood expanding or contracting. These were clear, deliberate footsteps, someone walking up those stairs with a steady rhythm. "Jay must be here," Ethan said, reaching for his phone. I nodded, relief washing over me. The timing made sense. It had to be Jay taking the back way up as he usually did. We got up and walked toward the sliding door that opened onto the deck, expecting to see Jay's familiar face grinning at us through the glass. But when we got to the door, nobody was there. The deck was completely empty. I slid the door open and stepped out, Ethan right behind me. The motion sensor light was on, illuminating the empty deck. We walked to the top of the stairs and looked down. There was no one there either. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded small in the darkness. No response, just the rustle of leaves in the trees and the distant sound of a car somewhere on the main road. "That's weird," Ethan said, his breath visible in the cold air. "I could have sworn I heard someone coming up." "Me too," I said. We stood there for a minute, looking into the darkness before heading back inside. As soon as we slid the door closed behind us, we heard it again. Footsteps, but this time they were going down the stairs. The same steady rhythm, but descending now. I froze. Ethan's eyes went wide. We stood there, listening to those footsteps go all the way down the staircase, each step creating that distinctive wooden creak I knew so well. "What the fuck, Mark?" Ethan whispered. "What the actual fuck?" We both rushed back to the door and threw it open. Again, nothing. The motion light was still on, showing an empty deck and empty stairs. I felt ice in my veins. This wasn't explainable. There was no wind strong enough to make those sounds, no animal that would move with such a consistent human pace. Those were footsteps. Someone, or something, had walked up those stairs, then back down, while remaining completely invisible. Ethan grabbed my arm. "Dude, we need to get the fuck out of here." I didn't argue. We didn't even bother to turn off the TV or grab our jackets. We ran through the house to the front door, our hearts pounding. I remember my hand shaking so badly I could barely turn the deadbolt. We drove to Ethan's apartment and called Jay from there, telling him to meet us. When he arrived, we told him what happened. To his credit, he didn't laugh it off. He could see how genuinely terrified we were. Later, after a few beers at Ethan's place settled our nerves, Jay brought up my grandfather. "You said he died on those stairs, right?" I nodded, not wanting to make the connection that was forming in my mind. "Maybe it's just Grandpa coming to visit," Jay said, trying to lighten the mood. But the joke fell flat. None of us were laughing. I eventually went back home that night. What choice did I have? It was my house. But I didn't sleep well, keeping all the lights on and jumping at every sound. Over the next few weeks, we tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was some weird acoustic thing where we heard someone walking on a neighbor's property. Maybe it was the house settling in a very specific, rhythmic way that sounded exactly like footsteps. Maybe we were both just tired and hearing things, but deep down, I knew better. Those were footsteps. Someone, or something, had walked up and down those stairs. We still did our Thursday nights, but we avoided using the back door or deck after dark. Sometimes I'd catch my friends glancing nervously toward the sliding door, especially when the house made normal old house noises. One night in early December, after a few beers loosened our tongues, Ethan admitted something. "You know what freaks me out the most about that night?" he said. "It's not just that we heard footsteps. It's that they were so normal, like someone just taking a walk up and down the stairs like they'd done 1,000 times before." That's when it clicked for me. My grandfather had built those stairs. He'd walked up and down them countless times over the decades he lived there, and he died falling down those same stairs. I've had other unexplainable moments in my life, things I couldn't quite make sense of but could eventually dismiss. But not this. It's been years now, and I still can't explain what happened that fall. Sometimes when I'm alone in the house, I'll hear creaks from outside that make my heart stop. I'll convince myself it's just the wind or temperature changes affecting the wood. But sometimes, especially on quiet fall nights, I swear I can hear those same steady footsteps climbing the stairs my grandfather built, walking a path he traveled countless times in life. And sometimes, when I'm brave enough to look out the sliding door window, I expect to see him there, not as some terrifying apparition, but just an old man checking on the house he loved, making sure his grandson is taking care of the place. I never see anything, of course, but I still hear those footsteps sometimes, going up, then down, like someone completing a final journey over and over again. I don't tell many people this story. Most wouldn't believe me anyway. But I know what Ethan and I heard that night. And I know that some things in this world just can't be explained, no matter how rational you try to be. Story 5. I never believed in ghosts growing up. My dad was super practical, and my mum, though more open-minded, didn't really talk about that kind of stuff. But that all changed when I was 13. That's when my parents split up, and my mum and I moved to this old house in Rothaven. Rothaven isn't even on most maps. It's this tiny place where everyone knows everyone. And there's like one general store and a post office. My grandparents lived nearby, which is why my mom picked it. I think she needed the support after the divorce. The house we moved into was probably built in the early 1900s. It was a single-story place that had been changed around a lot over the years. When you walked in the front door, there was this small entryway. The kitchen was to the left, and to the right were the bedrooms, which used to be something else. You could tell from the weird layout. My room was at the very back of the house. I hated it from day one. Not because it was old or anything. I actually thought the creaky floors and weird little nooks were kind of cool at first, but there was something off about the place, like the air was heavier inside than outside. It started small. I'd come home from school and swear someone had moved my stuff around, not dramatically, just little things. A book I'd left on my desk would be on my nightstand. My backpack would be in a different spot. Mum said I was just stressed from the move and forgetting where I put things. About 3 weeks after we moved in, I woke up in the middle of the night feeling like someone was watching me. I remember checking the time. It was 2:37 a.m. I rolled over and nearly screamed when I saw this little girl standing by my bed. She was maybe 7 or 8 years old, wearing this old-fashioned dress with these tiny buttons down the front. Her hair was in these tight braids. The weird thing was, she wasn't scary looking. She wasn't transparent or bloody or anything like that. She looked completely normal, except for the fact that it was the middle of the night and there was a strange kid in my bedroom. "Do you want to play?" she asked me. Her voice was so normal, like a regular kid. That's what made it so terrifying. I couldn't even scream. I just pulled my covers over my head and started shaking. When I finally got the courage to look again, she was gone. I ran to my mom's room and told her everything. She checked the house, all the doors and windows were locked. She said I must have had a really vivid dream. But I knew what I saw. And it happened again, 2 nights later, and then again. Sometimes she'd ask me to play. Sometimes she'd just stand there staring at me. Once, she was sitting at the end of my bed when I woke up, humming some song I didn't recognize. After about 2 weeks of this, I refused to sleep in my room anymore. I was a mess, exhausted, jumpy, crying all the time. My mom was worried and finally agreed to let me stay at my grandparents' house for a while. She thought I was just having trouble adjusting to the divorce and the move, that I'd eventually want to come back. I never did. I stayed with my grandparents through the rest of middle school and high school. My mom stayed in that house, and a few years later, when she remarried, my stepdad and their son, my half-brother Caleb, moved in too. Caleb was about 5 years younger than me. He got my old room. I avoided going back to that house whenever possible. When I did visit, I made sure to never be alone there, and I never ever stayed overnight. After I graduated and went to college, I would sometimes have to stop by when I came home to visit. I remember one time specifically, I was 20, home for spring break. My mom asked me to pick up Caleb, who was 15 by then, to take him to a dentist appointment. I pulled up to the house and texted him that I was outside, but he didn't respond. After waiting a few minutes, I reluctantly went inside. The house was quiet. "Caleb," I called out from the entryway. "You ready to go?" No answer, but I heard a shuffling noise coming from the direction of his bedroom, my old bedroom. I really didn't want to go back there, but I figured he probably had headphones on and couldn't hear me. The hallway to his room felt longer than I remembered. The door was halfway open, and I pushed it slowly. "Caleb, we gotta go, dude." The room was empty, but I heard more shuffling, like someone moving around. It seemed to be coming from under the bed. Caleb had one of those raised beds with storage space underneath. "Very funny, Caleb. Come on, we're gonna be late." More shuffling. I got down on my knees and lifted the dust ruffle to peer under the bed. I could see storage containers and some toys, but it was dark under there. "Caleb." Something moved in the shadows at the very back of the storage space. I reached for my phone to use the flashlight, and that's when I heard a voice, not Caleb's voice, whisper, "Come play with me." It was her voice, the same one from when I was 13. I scrambled backwards so fast I banged my head on Caleb's desk. Pure terror shot through me. I was completely frozen for a second, and then adrenaline kicked in. I ran out of that room, down the hall and straight out the front door. Outside, I nearly crashed into my mom and Caleb, who were coming around from the backyard. "Emma, what's wrong?" My mom looked alarmed. I must have been white as a sheet. "Where were you guys?" I could barely get the words out. My heart was racing so fast, I thought I might pass out. "In the garden," my mom said. "I was showing Caleb the new tomato plants. Didn't you get my text? We were just coming in to get ready." I checked my phone. There it was. A message from my mom sent 10 minutes ago. "We're in the backyard. Come around if you get here before we come in." But I heard something in Caleb's room, I stammered. "Under the bed." Mom and Caleb exchanged a look. "Was it like shuffling sounds?" Caleb asked quietly. My blood went cold. "You've heard it too?" He nodded, and I could see fear in his eyes, the same fear I'd lived with in that house. That's when Caleb told us he'd been seeing her too, the little girl. He'd been too scared to say anything because he didn't want anyone to think he was making it up. Within a month, Caleb had moved in with my grandparents too. My mom and stepdad stayed in the house though. They never experienced anything, or if they did, they never admitted it. But other people did. My stepdad's sister stayed over once and refused to ever come back. She wouldn't talk about why. About a year after Caleb moved out, I had to stop by the house to feed their dog while they were away for the weekend. I really didn't want to, but the dog was old and couldn't be boarded and everyone else was busy. It was broad daylight when I went in, which made me feel slightly better. Their dog, Rusty, was a super friendly golden retriever who usually came running whenever anyone arrived, but that day he didn't. "Rusty," I called, standing right inside the front door. "Come here, boy." I heard his collar jingling, but he didn't appear. I walked toward the kitchen where his food was kept, and that's when I saw him. He was peeking around the corner from the hallway, but wouldn't come any closer. His ears were flat against his head. "What's wrong, buddy? You hungry?" I went to get his food from the cabinet. As I was scooping it into his bowl, I felt the air change. It got colder, and I had this overwhelming feeling I wasn't alone. Rusty was still in the hallway, and now he was growling softly, staring past me into the corner of the kitchen. I forced myself not to turn around. I set the dog food down and started backing toward the door. That's when it happened. This huge wooden cutting board that had been hanging on the wall suddenly fell, missing my head by inches. It was secured with heavy-duty hooks, the kind that don't just give way. Rusty started barking frantically. I grabbed him by the collar and dragged him outside with me. I fed him on the porch and left as quickly as I could. After that, I refused to go into the house alone again, but weird things kept happening. Mom would mention in passing that pictures kept falling off the walls for no reason. Doors that were closed would be open when they came back into a room. Things would go missing and turn up in strange places. Then there was the medium incident. My mom's friend brought over this woman who supposedly could sense spirits. Mom didn't tell me ahead of time because she knew I'd be upset. The medium didn't know anything about our experiences there, but halfway through her visit, she stopped in the hallway outside my old room and said she sensed a little girl. She said, and this still makes my skin crawl, that the girl was happy to see children return to the house, but the cornhusk dolls were the worst. My stepdad found them when he was cleaning out the cellar, a set of old-fashioned dolls made of dried corn husks tied with twine. There were 3 of them, tucked away in an old wooden box. The moment I saw them, I nearly threw up. I'd been having these recurring nightmares about cornhusk dolls for years, ever since I'd lived in that house. In my dreams, they'd move around when no one was looking. Mom wanted to keep them because they were historical, but I begged her to get rid of them. She finally agreed, and we burned them in the backyard fire pit. I thought maybe that would help, that maybe they were connected to whatever was in the house. It didn't help. If anything, things got worse after that. Caleb went back once to pick up some of his gaming stuff he'd left behind, and he swears he heard children laughing in his empty room. My stepdad started having insomnia. Mom began finding small piles of dirt on the kitchen counter every morning, like someone had been playing with soil from the houseplants. The day I knew for sure something truly malevolent was happening was when Mom called me, really upset. She'd been home alone while my stepdad was on a business trip. She woke up in the middle of the night and found all the kitchen chairs arranged in a circle in the middle of the living room. I tried to convince my mom and stepdad to move, but they'd put so much money into renovating the house that they couldn't afford to. Plus, my stepdad didn't really believe anything supernatural was happening. He always found logical explanations. 5 years have passed since I first saw that little girl. I'm 25 now, living in another state, but I still have nightmares about that house. When I visit home, I stay with my grandparents. I've only been back to my mom's house a handful of times, and never alone. The thing that scares me most isn't just that the house is haunted. It's that whatever is there seems to specifically target children and people who are vulnerable. It never bothered my stepdad until he was going through a rough time at work. It fixated on me right after my parents' divorce, and on Caleb when he was struggling in school. It's like it feeds on fear and sadness. And it's patient. It'll wait for the right moment, when you're at your lowest, and then it'll let you know it's there. Watching, waiting. I've done some research on the house's history since then. There were at least 3 families who moved out suddenly between 1950 and when we moved in. I haven't been able to find records from before that. I don't know who the little girl was, or if she's even the only spirit there. Sometimes I think she might just be a mask for something else, something that knows children are more likely to respond to another child. I still don't go back if I can avoid it. The last time I was there, about 6 months ago, I had to use the bathroom. I swear I heard someone whisper, "You came back," from the shower behind the curtain. I ran out without washing my hands. My mum still lives there. She says nothing has happened to her directly, but I notice she never stays home alone overnight anymore. There's always a friend staying over if my stepdad is away. That house has its hooks in all of us who lived there, even though most of us got out. It's like it's still watching, waiting for us to come back. Sometimes I wake up at exactly 2:37 a.m., just like I did that first night. And sometimes just for a second before I fully wake up, I think I can hear a little girl asking me to play. Story 6. I've never told this story to anyone outside my immediate family. Even as I type this, my hands are shaking a bit. I'm not sure if sharing this will help or make things worse, but I need to get it off my chest. This all happened back in March 2015. I was living with my parents in Willowbrook, this tiny village that most people drive through without even noticing. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, and the most exciting thing that usually happens is when someone gets a new car. I had just finished my finals that week and was completely drained. College had been kicking my ass that semester, and I decided to reward myself with a nap when I got home. I crashed for about 3 hours and woke up to a quiet house. The power was out, which wasn't unusual in our area during spring storms. Mum had left a note saying she'd gone to pick up some candles and batteries, so I was alone. It was getting dark outside, but there was enough moonlight that I could see okay. I decided to take a walk through our property while listening to music on my phone. For context, our house sits on what used to be public gardens back in the 40s. There's this long pathway between our house and the garden area, and I always found it peaceful to walk there when I needed to clear my head. Despite the power outage, I wasn't scared. I'd grown up there my whole life. I was near our garage, just kind of swaying to the music, when I felt it. That feeling when you know someone is standing behind you, not just nearby, but directly behind me. Close enough that I could sense them bending down toward my right side. I pulled my earbuds out and turned around, expecting to see Mom back from the store. What I saw instead made my entire body go cold. It was me. Not like a reflection or something. It was me, standing there, wearing the exact same clothes I had on. My grey Northwestern hoodie and black leggings. Same messy bun, same everything, except for the smile. Oh God, the smile. Its mouth was stretched way too wide, grinning in this way that I couldn't physically replicate if I tried. I've stood in front of mirrors afterward, trying to make that expression, and it's impossible. Human faces don't work that way. We just stared at each other for maybe 5 seconds, though it felt like hours. Then I bolted. I ran back to the house so fast I nearly fell twice. I locked the door behind me and collapsed onto the kitchen floor, hyperventilating. When Mum got home about 20 minutes later, she found me still sitting there, shaking. I told her what I'd seen, half expecting her to think I was crazy or had been dreaming. Instead, she got really quiet. She sat down next to me and told me something they'd never mentioned before. When they bought this place back in 1998, the previous owners had warned them about strange occurrences. Apparently, in the 1940s, when our property was a public garden, 3 men were murdered here, all on the same day. The police never caught who did it. The gardens closed after that, and the property remained abandoned for years before being converted into residential homes. It could be one of them, Mom said, or something else entirely. I didn't sleep that night, or much the following week. I wish I could say that was the end of it, but it wasn't. Over the next few years, weird things kept happening. Nothing as terrifying as seeing my own double, but enough to keep me on edge. Sometimes I'd feel a tap on my shoulder when I was alone in a room. Other times I'd hear clapping sounds from empty parts of the house. The worst was the whispering outside my bedroom window at night, even though my room is on the 2nd floor with no tree branches nearby. These incidents were sporadic at first, maybe once every few months, but they ramped up significantly about 2 years ago when my grandmother moved in with us. She has dementia, and my parents didn't want her living alone anymore. I've always wondered if her condition somehow, I don't know, opened something up, made whatever was in our house more active. I know how crazy that sounds, but I swear the frequency of strange events tripled after she arrived. The second worst incident happened last summer. I was in my room scrolling through my phone when Mom burst in, looking panicked. She asked me to help her find Grandma, who had wandered off again. I put my phone down and headed downstairs. As I passed through the living room, I saw Grandma sitting on the sofa, staring blankly at the TV, which wasn't on. I called out to Mom that I'd found her, but Mom yelled back from the yard that she needed help. Confused, I walked out to the backyard, and there was Grandma sitting on the ground near the garden, picking at the grass. I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my back. I slowly turned and looked back through the window into the living room. The Grandma on the sofa was still there, but now I could see she was wearing a different dress than the real Grandma in the yard. As I stared, the thing on the sofa turned its head, too smoothly, like its neck was made of oil, and gave me that same impossible smile I'd seen on my doppelganger years before. I helped Mom get the real Grandma inside, but I didn't mention what I'd seen on the sofa. When we came back in, whatever it was had disappeared. After that day, things escalated. Objects would move when no one was looking. Doors would slam shut with no draft. The whispering outside my window became so clear I could almost make out words. The worst, the absolutely worst thing, happened about 3 months ago. I was lying in bed late at night, scrolling through social media, when I felt my mattress sink down at the foot of the bed, like someone had sat down on it. I froze, thinking maybe it was Mom checking on me. "Mom?" I whispered. No answer. The weight shifted, and I felt the mattress depress further, like someone was now crawling up from the foot of the bed. I held my breath, thinking maybe my movements were causing it somehow. Nope. The bed kept creaking, the mattress kept sinking in different spots, moving closer toward me. I switched on my bedside lamp, and the movement stopped immediately. Nothing was there. But the second I turned the light off again, I felt a weight settle next to me on the bed. I slept with the lights on for a month after that. The really disturbing part is that whatever this thing is, it doesn't seem to want to hurt me or my family. It's just there, watching, imitating, like it's studying us. I've researched doppelgangers and paranormal phenomena extensively since all this started. Some cultures believe seeing your double is an omen of death, but it's been years since that first encounter, and I'm still here. Other theories suggest these entities feed on fear or emotional energy. I've tried sage, prayers, salt lines at the doors and windows, all the stuff you read about online. Nothing seems to make a difference. Mum thinks we should just accept it as part of the property's history. Dad pretends nothing is happening, though I've caught him staring nervously at empty corners sometimes. Grandma talks to it occasionally, having full conversations with empty rooms, though that could just be the dementia. Last week I was home alone, doing laundry in the basement when the lights flickered. I felt that familiar sensation of being watched and turned around slowly. Standing at the bottom of the stairs was a figure that looked exactly like my grandmother, but Grandma was at her doctor's appointment with my parents. I knew because they'd called just 20 minutes earlier to say they were running late. The thing wearing my grandmother's face just stood there, head tilted at an unnatural angle. Then it smiled, that same too wide smile, and disappeared when I blinked. I ran upstairs and didn't go back down until my family got home. I'm 25 now, and I should move out, get my own place. But I'm terrified that whatever this is might follow me. Or worse, that it might stay here and escalate its behavior with my family while I'm gone. Sometimes I try to convince myself it's all in my head. Stress, anxiety, an overactive imagination. But then I remember the weight on my bed, the figure that wasn't my grandmother, and the thing wearing my face in the garden years ago. I don't know what to do. I don't know what it wants. I just know that it's here. It knows us, and it's getting bolder. Yesterday, I was washing dishes and caught my reflection in the kitchen window. For a split second, my reflection didn't move when I did. It just stood there, staring at me with that smile before matching my movements again. I dropped the plate I was holding. When I looked back up, my reflection was normal, but I know what I saw. I'm typing this from my bedroom right now. It's late, and everyone else is asleep. A few minutes ago, I heard those familiar whispers outside my window. But this time, I could make out what they were saying. My name, over and over again, in my own voice. I don't know how much longer I can live like this. Sometimes I wonder if that's the point, if it's trying to drive me away. Or maybe it's trying to take my place. All I know is that something is in this house with us. Something that can look like me, sound like me, but isn't me. And I'm terrified of what it's planning to do next. Story 7. I never believed in the paranormal. Strange noises in the night, just the house settling, shadow in the corner of your eye, just your imagination, sleep paralysis, just a misfiring brain during the transition from sleep to wakefulness. I was always the rational one, the person who could explain away the inexplicable with science and logic. That was until my husband James and I moved to Shadewood last year. We were so excited about buying our first house together after renting for the first 2 years of our marriage. The town was perfect, quiet, affordable, with those tree-lined streets you see in movies about idyllic American life. The house itself was nothing extraordinary. A modest 3-bedroom ranch style with a decent yard and a basement that needed some work. Nothing about it screamed haunted or possessed or any of those ridiculous horror movie tropes. The first month was normal. We painted walls, arranged furniture, and discussed renovation plans. James commuted to his accounting job in the city, while I worked from home as a graphic designer. Everything was utterly ordinary. Then the sleep issues started. It began with James. He woke me up one night, shaking and sweating. When I asked what was wrong, he described waking up completely paralyzed, unable to move a single muscle except his eyes. He said he'd seen something standing in our bedroom doorway, a tall, hunched figure, completely black except for its face, which was a deep blood red. The thing had enormous black eyes and a smile that stretched impossibly wide across its face, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. I comforted him, explaining about sleep paralysis, how the body remains paralyzed during REM sleep to prevent us from acting out our dreams, and sometimes we wake up mentally before this paralysis wears off. I told him about hypnagogic hallucinations, how they can seem incredibly real. He seemed reassured, and we went back to sleep. 3 nights later, it happened to me. I woke up around 3 a.m. completely unable to move. My heart immediately started racing as I realized what was happening. I'd read about sleep paralysis, but had never experienced it myself. I tried to calm down, reminding myself it wasn't real and would pass. That's when I noticed our bedroom door was open, even though we always closed it at night because of the draft from the hallway. Standing in the doorway was exactly what James had described, a tall, hunched figure, solid black like a shadow-given substance. Its face was a deep crimson red that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. The eyes were huge black voids, and its mouth, God, that mouth! It stretched across the entire width of its face in a rictus grin, filled with teeth that looked like shards of broken glass. I tried to scream, to move, to wake James, but I couldn't do anything except lie there, staring at this thing as it slowly tilted its head, studying me. After what felt like hours, but was probably just minutes, my paralysis broke and I gasped for air, finally able to move. I immediately turned to wake James, but when I looked back at the doorway, there was nothing there. When I told James the next morning, the color drained from his face. "That's exactly what I saw," he whispered. "Exactly." We tried to rationalize it. Maybe I had subconsciously internalized his description, and my brain recreated it during my own episode of sleep paralysis. That had to be it, right? Just a weird coincidence, our brains playing tricks on us. But it kept happening. Sometimes to him, sometimes to me. Always the same figure, with the same red face and terrible smile. Always watching us from the doorway or the corner of the room. We started sleeping with the lights on, then with the TV going in the background. Nothing helped. Last week, things escalated in a way I still can't fully comprehend. I'd gone to bed early, exhausted from a deadline I'd been pushing to meet. James stayed up to finish some work in his home office. I fell asleep quickly, but woke up around 1 a.m., instantly aware that something was wrong. I couldn't move, couldn't even twitch a finger. My eyes darted around the darkened room, and I felt my heart hammering in my chest when I saw it. The figure wasn't in the doorway this time. It was right beside our bed, looming over me. Its head was cocked at an unnatural angle, that horrible grin inches from my face. I could smell something awful, like rotting meat and burnt hair. I wanted to vomit, but couldn't even do that. All I could do was stare into those black, empty eyes as they stared back at me. Then, slowly, deliberately, it raised one long, spindly finger and pressed it against its lips, as if shushing me. When the paralysis finally broke, I scrambled out of bed so violently that I fell onto the floor. I ran out of the bedroom, through the living room, and collapsed onto our couch, shaking uncontrollably. I couldn't go back to that room. I just couldn't. I must have fallen asleep on the couch, because the next thing I remember is waking up at 3 a.m., once again locked in paralysis. But this time, what I saw made my blood turn to ice. The figure was in our bedroom. I could see through the open door from my position on the couch. It was standing over James, who was still asleep in our bed. I watched in horror as it bent down closer to his face. James started mumbling in his sleep, his head turning side to side. "Help," he was saying over and over. "Help me." I fought against the paralysis with everything I had, focusing all my will on breaking free. I managed to force out a scream, not loud, more like a strangled cry, but it was enough. "James!" He jolted awake instantly, sitting bolt upright in bed. The figure vanished like smoke in wind. James looked around wildly, then saw me on the couch, still half paralyzed and trembling. He turned on every light in the house after that. We sat in the kitchen until dawn, neither of us willing to go back to sleep. That's when he confessed he'd been seeing the entity more frequently than he'd admitted. He'd been trying to protect me, not wanting me to worry, but it had been visiting him almost every night, sometimes multiple times. The next day, James went to see a doctor and came home with prescriptions for 3 different sleep medications. One to help him fall asleep, one to keep him asleep, and one specifically designed to suppress dreaming. If I don't dream, he reasoned, maybe it can't reach me. I wasn't so sure, but I was desperate enough to try anything. The medication seemed to help James. He stopped waking up screaming at least, but I refused to take anything. Something inside me felt like I needed to stay alert, to protect us somehow. 3 nights ago, I experienced what I can only describe as a nightmare loop. Something so terrifying I still can't think about it without starting to hyperventilate. I woke up in the middle of the night, once again frozen in place. Our bedroom was dark except for the faint glow of the digital clock showing 3:17 a.m. I could see James's side of the bed was empty. As I lay there, unable to move, I heard footsteps in the hallway. Then James appeared in the doorway. "Elise," he whispered, "Elise, come here. I need to show you something." Something was wrong. His voice sounded off, slightly higher pitched than normal, with a strange cadence that wasn't quite right. And why would he ask me to come when he could clearly see I was in bed? "Elise," he repeated, stepping into the room. "Come to me." I tried to speak, to tell him I couldn't move, but no sound came out. Just then the moonlight shifted through our window, illuminating his face. It was James's face, but something was wrong. The proportions were slightly off, his eyes a little too wide, his smile a little too fixed. It wasn't James. I fought against the paralysis with everything I had, focusing on moving just one finger, then my hand, then my arm. Slowly, painfully, I broke free of the paralysis. The thing that looked like James tilted its head, watching me with increasing interest as I struggled to a sitting position. "Don't be afraid," it said in that not quite right voice. "I just want to show you something." I managed to slide off the bed and stumble to my feet, backing away from the James thing. I edged along the wall, never taking my eyes off it, until I reached the hallway. Then I turned and ran for the kitchen, thinking only of getting to the phone, of calling for help. I flipped on the kitchen light and my heart nearly stopped. James was sitting at our kitchen table, his back to me. "James," I whispered, my voice shaking, "is that really you?" He didn't answer or turn around. I took a hesitant step forward. "James, please, there's something in the house, something that looks like you." Slowly, he turned his head, not his body, just his head, rotating much farther than a human neck should allow. I saw his face, and I think I started screaming right then. It wasn't a face at all. Where James's features should have been was a hollow mockery, black, empty eye sockets, sunken cheeks, and lips that had split and cracked to reveal jagged fangs arranged in a lopsided smile. "But I am him," it said, its voice coming from somewhere that wasn't its mouth. I backed away, shaking my head. "No, you're not. You're not James." It stood up then, the chair scraping loudly against the kitchen floor. It moved toward me with James's walk, James's posture, but it was all wrong. Like something wearing his skin without understanding how the parts should move together. "I am him," it repeated, reaching for me. "I've been him for a while now." I backed into the counter, nowhere left to go. It stood right in front of me, wearing my husband's body like an ill-fitting suit. Then it reached up and cupped my face with hands that were ice cold. "And soon," it whispered, "I'll be you too." I screamed then, a real scream that tore at my throat. I screamed and screamed until I woke up to James shaking me violently, his real face contorted with fear. I was in our bed, drenched in sweat, my throat raw. "Elise," he was shouting. "Elise, wake up! You were screaming!" I collapsed against him, sobbing. It had been a dream, just a horrible dream. Except, I don't think it was. I don't think any of this is just sleep paralysis or night terrors or whatever other medical explanation there might be, because James and I are seeing the exact same thing, independently, night after night, because sometimes I catch James staring at me with an expression I don't recognize, because sometimes I hear him talking in his sleep in a voice that doesn't sound like his. Last night, I pretended to sleep while keeping my eyes open, just a crack. Around 3 a.m., I saw James get up and stand at the foot of our bed, just staring at me for nearly an hour, unmoving, barely breathing. When he came back to bed, I asked him about it in the morning. He had no memory of getting up. I don't know what to do. We've talked about moving, but something tells me it would follow us. I've thought about reaching out to a priest or a medium or someone who might understand what we're dealing with, but James refuses. He's clinging to the rational explanation that it's just shared delusions brought on by stress and suggestion. But I know better. I know there's something in our house, something that wants us, and it's getting closer every night. I haven't slept in 2 days. I can't. Every time I close my eyes, I see that red face and those black eyes. I hear that whisper. Soon, I'll be you too. James is sleeping right now, the medication knocking him out cold. He's breathing so slowly I have to keep checking to make sure he's still alive. Sometimes I swear I see something moving beneath his skin, like something's trying to wear him from the inside out. I don't know how much longer I can stay awake. I don't know what will happen when I finally can't fight sleep anymore. If anyone has experienced anything like this, please help. I need to understand what's happening before it's too late. Because last night, just before dawn, I caught a glimpse of myself in the bathroom mirror. Just for a second, my reflection smiled at me with a mouth full of broken glass teeth. Story 8. I've never shared this before. Even typing this makes my hands shake. But I need to get it out somehow. When I was 11, my mum, my stepdad Rick and I got kicked out of my grandmother's place in East Harlem. It wasn't really anyone's fault. My grandmother's health was failing, and her sister moved in to take care of her. There just wasn't room for us anymore. We ended up in this city shelter apartment in one of those old tenement buildings. You know the type. Crumbling brick, narrow hallways that smell like piss and bleach fighting each other, and windows that either don't open or don't close. But we were grateful to have a roof over our heads. The shelter coordinator seemed nervous when she gave us the keys. She kept saying things like, "It's just temporary, and we'll try to move you soon." I remember thinking it was weird, how she wouldn't meet our eyes when she said this, like she knew something. When we first walked in, I felt it immediately. Not like a cold spot or anything that obvious. More like walking into a room where people had just been arguing. That lingering heaviness in the air. The apartment itself was fully furnished. Old stuff, nothing matching, but functional. A worn-out couch with cigarette burns, a kitchen table with wobbly legs, beds with thin mattresses. But the walls... God, the walls. They were covered in markings, not just random graffiti or kids' scribbles. Names and dates were carved deep into the plaster. Some looked fresh, others worn with age. There were these disturbing drawings too. Stick figures hanging from nooses, houses on fire with people inside, eyes watching from windows. Some were drawn with marker, others looked burned into the walls with cigarette butts or lighters. My mum tried to laugh it off. "Well, we'll need to repaint anyway," she said, but her voice was tight. Rick just grunted and started bringing in our stuff. It wasn't just the walls. The wooden floorboards had things carved into them too. I found a spot near my bedroom that had a Udame, help me, gouged into the wood. The refrigerator door had tally marks scratched into it, hundreds of them. Even the inside of the bathroom cabinet had tiny, meticulous writing all over it that I couldn't make out. Too small, and there were too many layers of it. That first night I tried to sleep but kept hearing the building settling, old pipes clanging, neighbors arguing, sirens outside. Normal city stuff, but everything felt amplified. I finally drifted off around 2 a.m. I woke up feeling like someone was watching me. My room was pitch black except for the little bit of streetlight coming through the window blinds. That's when I saw it for the first time. In the corner of my room, near the closet, there was a shadow. Not just darkness, but a distinct shadow shaped like a person. Hanging. It wasn't moving or swinging like you'd expect. It was just there, perfectly still, watching. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. I just stared at it, and it seemed to stare back at me, even though it had no face, no features at all. Just a human-shaped darkness suspended from nothing. Eventually, I managed to pull my blanket over my head. I counted to 100, then peeked out. It was gone. I told myself it was just my imagination. Shadows from the street, anything but what I thought it was. I didn't tell my mum or Rick the next morning. Mum was stressed enough about finding a job, and Rick had his own problems. He'd been diagnosed with bipolar disorder a few years back, but he didn't like taking his meds. Said they made him feel not like himself. When he was good, he was really good. Funny, caring, protective. But when he was bad, he'd get paranoid, angry over nothing. He never hit us, but sometimes the way he'd look at us scared me more than if he had. Days passed, and I kept seeing the hanging shadow, always in the same spot, always at night. It never did anything, never moved toward me or made any sound, just existed, watching. My mum noticed something was wrong with me. I wasn't sleeping, barely eating. She thought it was just stress from moving, starting at a new school. I wanted to tell her, but I was afraid she wouldn't believe me, or worse, that she'd think I was making it up for attention. About 2 weeks after we moved in, our next-door neighbor, Mrs. Rosario, came over with a pot of arroz con gandules. She was this tiny Puerto Rican lady, probably in her 70s, with hands gnarled from arthritis, but eyes sharp as tacks. While my mom thanked her for the food, Mrs. Rosario kept looking around our apartment with these knowing eyes. "How you sleeping?" she asked me directly, ignoring my mom. "Fine," I lied. She shook her head. "No, you're not sleeping good in this place. Nobody does." My mom tried to change the subject, but Mrs. Rosario wasn't having it. She set down her purse and pulled out a small bottle of olive oil. "This apartment," she said, making the sign of the cross, "has sadness in the walls." Before my mom could object, Mrs. Rosario was moving through our apartment, dabbing olive oil above every doorway, every window, muttering prayers in Spanish that I couldn't quite catch. Something about protection, about sending away spirits, about closing doors. Rick wasn't home, thankfully. He would have flipped out seeing this old lady blessing our apartment. He didn't believe in that stuff, called it superstitious nonsense. When she finished, Mrs. Rosario grabbed my hands. Her skin felt like paper, but her grip was surprisingly strong. "You see things, yes? In the night?" I nodded, unable to lie to those eyes. "Don't speak to it. Don't acknowledge it. It feeds on your fear, your attention." She pressed a small crucifix into my palm. "Keep this close when you sleep." That night, I clutched the crucifix so hard it left marks on my skin. The shadow appeared again, same as always. I tried to follow Mrs. Rosario's advice, closing my eyes, pretending it wasn't there. But I could feel it watching me, even with my eyes shut. That's when the nightmares started. In the first one, I was in our apartment, but it was different, darker. The carved markings on the walls were glowing faintly, like they were written in something phosphorescent. I heard my mum screaming from her bedroom. When I tried to run to her, the hallway stretched impossibly long. No matter how fast I ran, I couldn't reach her door. When I finally did, I found Rick standing over my mother's body. But it wasn't really Rick. His eyes were all wrong, completely black, no whites at all. He smiled at me, but it was too wide, too many teeth. "Your turn," he said, but his voice was layered, like multiple people speaking at once. I ran, out of the room, out of the apartment, down the stairs, but when I burst through the front door of the building, I found myself right back in our apartment living room. Rick was there, waiting, holding a length of electrical cord. "No way out," he said, advancing toward me. I tried again and again. Every exit led back to the apartment, every window, every door. It was like the building itself was keeping me there, feeding me to whatever was wearing Rick's skin. In the end, he caught me, wrapped the cord around my neck and pulled until everything went dark. The last thing I saw was his face changing, melting, becoming something else entirely. I woke up choking, gasping for air. My mum came running in, thinking I was having an asthma attack or something. I couldn't explain what had happened. "How do you tell your mum you dreamed about her husband murdering you both?" The nightmares continued every night. Always the same pattern. Rick possessed by something evil, killing my mum, then hunting me through an apartment that wouldn't let me escape. Sometimes he'd strangle me like the first dream. Other times he'd use a kitchen knife or his bare hands. The method changed, but the ending was always the same. Me dying and then him killing himself while whatever was possessing him laughed. After a week of this, I was a wreck, falling asleep in class, jumping at every sound. My teacher called my mom, concerned. That's how I ended up in therapy. The therapist, Dr. Walters, was nice enough. She had this soothing voice and an office full of plants. She didn't laugh or dismiss me when I finally told her about the shadow and the nightmares. Instead, she asked about my relationship with Rick, about my fears, about stress at home. "Have you had nightmares before?" she asked. "Yeah, but not like these," I explained. "Usually I can control my dreams after a while. Like, I'll realize I'm dreaming and can change things or wake myself up. But these, they're different. I can't control anything. I just have to go through it until the end." Dr. Walters suggested it might be anxiety about our new living situation, about Rick's condition. She taught me relaxation techniques, ways to prepare my mind before sleep. Nothing worked. The weirdest part was the nightmares got worse when I stayed at my grandmother's house on weekends. Even though the shadow wasn't there, the dreams were more intense, more violent. I'd dream about being paralyzed in bed while mice crawled all over me, biting, eating me alive bit by bit. Or I'd dream about intruders breaking in, shooting everyone, then torturing me for hours before finally killing me. But they were always worst in our shelter apartment. There, the dreams felt personal, like something in that place knew exactly what I feared most and was crafting these scenarios specifically for me. After about a month, Rick's condition started deteriorating. He'd stopped taking his meds completely, convinced there was something wrong with them. He'd stay up all night, pacing, muttering to himself. Sometimes I'd catch him staring at the wall markings, tracing them with his fingers, whispering. One night, I woke up to find him standing in my doorway, just standing there watching me sleep. When I sat up, he didn't move or speak, just kept staring with this blank expression. "Rick," I said, my voice small in the darkness. He tilted his head like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. Then, without a word, he turned and walked away. I heard the front door open and close. He didn't come back until morning. When my mum asked where he'd been, he claimed he'd just gone for a walk to clear his head. But there was dirt under his fingernails, and a smell on him I couldn't place, something earthy and rotten. The hanging shadow appeared every night now, sometimes multiple times. It seemed to be growing larger, more defined. I could make out details I hadn't noticed before. The shadow had its hands tied behind its back. Its head was at an unnatural angle. Worst of all, sometimes I'd see it slightly turn its head toward me, like it was making sure I was watching. I tried telling Dr. Walters about Rick's strange behavior, but she focused more on my fear of him than on what was actually happening. She suggested family therapy, ways to rebuild trust. She didn't understand that it wasn't really Rick I was afraid of. It was whatever was getting into him through that apartment. Things came to a head about 2 months after we moved in. I came home from school to find Rick sitting alone in the kitchen, a bottle of whiskey in front of him. He never drank. It interacted badly with his medication. But then again, he wasn't taking his medication anymore. "Hey, buddy," he said, his words slightly slurred. "Come sit with me a minute." I didn't want to, but I was more afraid of making him angry by refusing. I sat across from him, keeping the table between us. "You know what I realized today?" he asked, pouring another drink. "This place, it's showing me things. Truth." "What do you mean?" My mouth was dry. "The writing on the walls. I can read it now, all of it." He tapped his temple. "They're telling me what's coming, what needs to happen." My blood ran cold. This was exactly how my nightmares started. "I think I should go check on Mum," I said, starting to stand. Rick's hand shot out, grabbing my wrist. His grip was painfully tight. "Your mom's not coming home tonight. Working late, remember?" I hadn't remembered, or maybe he was lying. Either way, I was alone with him, and something was very wrong. "You see it too, don't you?" he whispered, leaning in close. "The one in the closet. The hanging man." I couldn't breathe. I hadn't told anyone about the shadow except Dr. Walters and Mrs. Rosario. Not Rick. Never Rick. "He talks to me," Rick continued. "Tells me things about this building, about what happened here, about what's still happening here." He released my wrist, then gently patted my hand like nothing had happened. "Don't worry, buddy. I won't let it get you. I promised your mom I'd protect you both, and I will." Somehow, that scared me more than if he'd threatened me. I made an excuse about homework and locked myself in my room. I called my mum's work, but they said she'd left hours ago. I tried her cell, straight to voicemail. I was panicking, my mind racing through all the endings of my nightmares. Then I heard Rick's heavy footsteps coming down the hall, stopping outside my door. The handle turned, but the lock held. "Marcus," he called, his voice unnaturally cheerful. "Open up, buddy. I need to show you something important." "Mom asked me to call her when I finished my homework," I lied. "I'm going to call her right now." A pause. Then, "Your mother's fine. She's just running late. Come on, open the door." I said nothing, just stared at the door handle as it rattled again. "Marcus!" he suddenly screamed, making me jump. "Open this fucking door right now!" He started slamming his body against it. Our apartment was old, the door flimsy. It wouldn't hold for long. I was trapped, just like in my nightmares. But this wasn't a dream. This was really happening. The shadow. It was in my room again, by the closet. But this time, it seemed more solid, more present. As Rick continued to ram the door, the shadow slowly turned its head toward the window. The window. My room was on the second floor, but there was a fire escape. If I could just make it out there. The door splintered. Rick's fist punched through the wood near the handle. I ran to the window, struggling with the old paint-stuck frame. It finally gave with a shriek, sliding up just as Rick broke through the door completely. He stood there, breathing hard, a kitchen knife in his hand. His eyes were wrong, dilated so wide I could barely see any color, just black. "It won't let any of us leave," he said quietly. "Not really, but I can help you both escape another way." I climbed out onto the fire escape as he lunged toward me. The metal was slick with rain I hadn't even realized was falling. I slipped, nearly falling, but managed to grab the railing. Rick climbed out after me, surprisingly agile despite his size and the alcohol in his system. I scrambled down the fire escape, the metal stairs clanging beneath my feet. I could hear him right behind me. When I reached the bottom, the last ladder was stuck, wouldn't descend. I was still about 10 feet from the ground. I looked up. Rick was almost on me. I had no choice. I jumped, landing hard in the alley below, pain shooting up from my ankle. Limping, I ran toward the street, screaming for help. But the rain was coming down hard now, the streets nearly empty, and no one seemed to hear me over the storm. I ducked into a bodega a block away, begging the cashier to call the police. The man behind the counter took one look at my terrified face and reached for the phone. The police came quickly. They found my mom at her friend's apartment. She'd been trying to call me, but the storm had knocked out cell service in parts of the neighborhood. When they went to our apartment, Rick was gone. The kitchen knife was on my bed, but no sign of him. They found him 3 days later in Central Park. He'd hanged himself from a tree. The official report said it was related to his untreated bipolar disorder, a psychotic episode triggered by stress and alcohol. We never went back to that apartment. The shelter moved us to a different building in a different neighborhood. My mum and I never really talked about what happened that night. It was easier to accept the official explanation. Rick was sick. He wasn't taking his meds. He had a breakdown. But I know what I saw. I know what was happening in that apartment. Whatever was there, in the walls, in the shadows, it had been influencing Rick, feeding his illness, pushing him toward violence. Sometimes I still have the nightmares, even though it's been years. Not as often, not as vivid, but they still come. And sometimes when I'm alone in a dark room, I think I see something in the corner of my eye. A shadow, hanging, watching, waiting. I never found out what happened in that apartment before we lived there. I've thought about researching it, trying to find news reports of previous incidents, but I'm afraid of what I might find. Afraid it might somehow open a door I've tried hard to keep closed. All I know is that some places absorb the pain and violence that happens within them. They hold on to it, like a stain that can't be removed, and sometimes that stain seeps into the people who live there, changing them bit by bit until they become part of the cycle. I don't know if what I experienced was a haunting in the traditional sense. Maybe it was something older, something without a name. But I know it was real. As real as the scars on my ankle from that fall. As real as the shadow that still visits me in my dreams. Story 9. I still remember that morning like it was yesterday, even though it happened over 15 years ago. Some things just burn themselves into your memory, especially when you're a kid, and you don't fully understand what you're seeing. But you know in your gut that something's wrong. I was 10 years old, living in Washington Heights with my mom and stepdad. For those who don't know the area, back in the late 90s, early 2000s, it wasn't the gentrified place it is now. Our neighborhood had a reputation. My stepdad, Carlos, was super protective of me. Wouldn't let me walk to school alone, even though it was only 7 blocks away. Looking back, I get it. Kids disappeared sometimes. The local news would show their faces for a few days, then move on to the next tragedy. Every morning was the same routine. Carlos would walk me to PS 173, gripping my hand tightly whenever we passed certain buildings or groups of people. He'd point out which blocks to avoid if I was ever alone, which he made sure I never was. "Keep your eyes down and keep walking," he'd tell me. "Don't stare at nobody." These were the rules of survival in our neighborhood. That particular Tuesday in October started like any other. It was garbage day, so the sidewalks were lined with black bags, and the air had that sweet, rotting smell that's uniquely New York. I remember I was wearing my favorite blue hoodie because there was a chill in the air, and Carlos was in his usual work clothes, jeans and a flannel shirt, since he headed straight to his construction job after dropping me off. We were about 3 blocks from school on that stretch of 177th, where the buildings cast long shadows even in the morning. There was a pile of garbage bags stacked against a chain-link fence. Nothing unusual about that. But as we got closer, I saw something that didn't belong. There was a woman lying there, right on top of some of the garbage bags. She was completely naked, her skin this grayish pale color that looked wrong, like something I'd seen in a horror movie I wasn't supposed to watch. Her body was so thin, I could count her ribs from where I stood. Her face, that's what really got to me. Her eyes were open, but sunken in, staring at nothing, and her cheeks were hollow, like someone had sucked all the life out of her. The weirdest detail, the one that stayed with me all these years, was that her head was resting on this dirty Tweety bird pillow. You know, the cartoon character? It was filthy and torn, but you could still make out Tweety's face, this cheerful yellow cartoon bird underneath this person who looked anything but alive. I remember slowing down, my brain trying to process what I was seeing. Was she sleeping? Was she... I didn't even know how to think the word dead at that age. Before I could get a better look, Carlos's grip on my hand tightened so hard it hurt. I let out a little yelp, but he wasn't listening. In one quick motion, he pulled me to the other side of him, positioning his body between me and the woman. "Don't look," he whispered harshly, his voice shaking in a way I'd never heard before. "Keep walking, Thomas. Don't look at her." But I had already seen. You can't unsee something like that. Carlos was practically dragging me now, walking so fast I had to jog to keep up. I could feel his palms sweating against mine. About half a block later, after we'd turned the corner, this weird feeling came over me. I had to look back. I don't know why. Maybe it's that thing where you can't look away from something terrible. Or maybe some part of me thought I could help her. So I twisted around, breaking Carlos's grip. The pile of garbage bags was still there. The Tweety bird pillow was still there, dirty yellow against the black plastic. But the woman was gone. Just gone. I stopped in my tracks. "Where did she go?" I asked, pointing back. Carlos grabbed my shoulder and spun me around to face forward. His face was pale, and a muscle in his jaw was twitching. "Mind your business, Thomas," he said, not looking at me or back toward the garbage pile. "We're going to be late." But she was just... "I said mind your business," he snapped, loud enough that an old lady walking her dog on the other side of the street turned to look at us. His voice dropped to a whisper. "Some things in this neighborhood, you pretend you don't see them. You understand me? You pretend you don't see them, and you keep walking." I shut up after that. Carlos had never spoken to me that way before. We walked the rest of the way to school in silence, but his hand never loosened its grip on mine, and he kept checking over his shoulder every few seconds. When we got to the school gates, he knelt down in front of me, his hands on my shoulders. His eyes were bloodshot, like he hadn't slept. "Thomas, listen to me. What we saw this morning, you don't talk about it. Not to your teachers, not to your friends, not even to your mom. You understand? It's safer that way." I nodded, though I didn't understand at all. All day at school, I couldn't focus on anything. Ms. Ramirez had to call my name 3 times during math because I was staring out the window, thinking about the woman. Where did she go? How could someone just disappear like that? And why was Carlos so scared? By the time Carlos picked me up that afternoon, I'd convinced myself that maybe the woman had just been asleep, that she woke up and walked away while we weren't looking. But if that was the case, why did Carlos react the way he did? Why did he tell me not to talk about it? We took a different route home that day, and the next day, and the day after that. For 2 weeks, we avoided that street completely, adding 10 minutes to our walk. When I asked why, Carlos just said there was construction, but I knew he was lying. There was no construction. After about a month, we finally went back to our normal route. I held my breath as we approached that spot, but there was nothing there. No garbage bags, no Tweety bird pillow, and definitely no woman. Just the same old chain-link fence with weeds growing through it. I wanted to ask Carlos about it again, but something in his demeanor told me not to. He never brought it up, and eventually I stopped thinking about it every day. But I never forgot. Years went by. I grew up. Carlos and my mum split when I was 15, and I lost touch with him after that. But sometimes, especially late at night when I can't sleep, my mind drifts back to that morning. Last year, I was home from college for winter break, helping my mom clean out some old storage boxes, when I found a newspaper clipping Carlos had kept. It was from around the time of the incident, a small article buried on page 7 about unidentified bodies being found in various parts of Upper Manhattan. The police suspected they were homeless people or addicts who had died from exposure or overdoses. The article mentioned that some bodies had been found amongst discarded items on city streets. I asked my mum if she remembered anything about it, trying to be casual. She shrugged and said, "Those were different times, mijito. People died on the streets all the time and nobody cared enough to identify them. That's why Carlos was always so protective of you." But that doesn't explain what I saw. It doesn't explain how the woman could be there one moment and gone the next. It doesn't explain the look of absolute terror on Carlos's face. Sometimes I think about what would have happened if I told someone, a teacher, a police officer. Would they have investigated? Would they have found her body hidden in that pile of garbage? Or would they have dismissed me as a kid with an overactive imagination? The guilt still eats at me. I was just a kid, yes, but I saw something and I did nothing. Maybe she was just another forgotten victim in a neighborhood where death was commonplace, or maybe there was something more sinister at work. Maybe Carlos knew more than he let on. Maybe that's why he was so afraid. I've tried researching missing persons and unidentified bodies from that time period, but there are so many, and the details are sparse. So many forgotten faces. Was she one of them? There's another possibility that I hardly let myself consider. What if what I saw wasn't fully natural? I know how that sounds, but the way she vanished, the way Carlos reacted, sometimes I wonder if there are things in this world that defy explanation, things that exist in the shadows of places like Washington Heights. I've never told anyone this story until now. Part of me still follows Carlos's instruction to mind my business. But another part of me needs to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. If anyone else has seen her, the woman on the Tweety Bird pillow, or if she's just a ghost that haunts only me. To this day, whenever I visit my old neighborhood and pass by that stretch of street, I walk a little faster, and I never, ever look at the garbage piles. The most disturbing part? Sometimes in my dreams, I see her again. But in the dreams, she turns her hollow face toward me and opens her mouth as if to speak. I always wake up before she can say anything. Maybe it's better that way. Maybe there are some mysteries that shouldn't be solved, some questions better left unanswered. But I still wonder what happened to her. I wonder if anyone ever missed her or looked for her. I wonder if she's still out there somewhere, lying on a dirty Tweety Bird pillow, waiting for someone to see her, really see her, and not look away. And I wonder what Carlos saw that I didn't. What made him so afraid that he changed our route for weeks? What did he know about the woman that made him tell me to keep quiet? I'll probably never know. But on garbage days, when that sweet rotting smell fills the air, I still feel a chill run down my spine, and I still remember the rule of the neighborhood that Carlos taught me that day. Some things, you pretend you don't see them, and you keep walking. Story 10. I've never told the full story of what happened to me and my cousin Mateo when we were kids. For years, I couldn't even bring myself to think about it without getting a knot in my stomach. I still get goosebumps talking about it now, 20 years later. It was Halloween night of 2003, and I was 12. We lived in Washington Heights, one of those neighborhoods in Upper Manhattan with steep hills and old brick buildings stacked close together. Our street was just a few blocks from St. Elizabeth Church, that huge Gothic structure that looks like something out of an old European city, all stone and stained glass. My mom had told me I was too old for trick-or-treating that year, which I thought was totally unfair. 12 wasn't that old. But my cousin Matteo, who was staying with us that weekend while his parents were out of town, agreed with her. He was 13 and thought he was so mature. "Trick-or-treating is for little kids, Diego," he said, sprawled on my bedroom floor, flipping through a video game magazine. "Besides, I've got a better idea." Matteo always had better ideas, and they usually got us in trouble. But I was bored and disappointed about missing out on candy, so I listened. "The guys at school were talking about haunted spots in the neighborhood," he said, sitting up with that look in his eyes that meant trouble. "Places with weird juju. We should check them out tonight. Way cooler than begging for candy." "Weird juju," I repeated, not entirely sure what he meant. "Yeah, you know, strange vibes, ghosts and stuff." I rolled my eyes. "There's no such thing as ghosts." But even as I said it, my mind went immediately to those 2 townhouses down the hill, the ivy-covered ones. Everyone in the neighborhood knew about them, or at least knew to avoid them. There was no specific story that circulated, just whispers and unspoken rules. "Don't go near the second house, the darker one. Cross the street when you walk by. Don't stare at the windows for too long." "What about those ivy houses down by St. Elizabeth's?" Matteo asked, like he'd read my mind. I felt my stomach tighten. "What about them?" "Mrs. Ramirez from 4B told my mom that something bad happened there. She wouldn't say what, just that the place has been empty for years, but the owners won't sell. Sounds perfect for Halloween." I shrugged, trying to act cool. "It's probably nothing, just an old house." "Then you won't mind going up to the door?" Matteo grinned. We left around 9:30, after my mum fell asleep watching her novellas. It was one of those perfect Halloween nights. Crisp air, a low fog rolling between buildings, and a full moon partially hidden behind wispy clouds. The streets were still busy with younger kids and their parents finishing up trick-or-treating, their plastic pumpkin buckets swinging as they walked. We headed down the hill toward St. Elizabeth's, passing groups of costumed children and teenagers hanging out on stoops. The further downhill we got, the quieter it became. By the time we reached the block with the 2 ivy houses, the street was completely empty. They stood side by side, these old townhomes that must have been beautiful once. The first one was well kept, with trimmed ivy and warm light glowing from the windows. The second one, though, even from across the street, something felt wrong about it. Its ivy was overgrown, completely swallowing the brick underneath. The windows were dark, but not the normal darkness of an empty house. It was a deeper black, like looking into holes rather than windows. The air around it seemed different too, heavier somehow. "That's the one," Matteo whispered, pointing at the darker house. "I dare you to go knock on the door." I felt my heart thudding against my ribs. "Why don't you do it?" "I asked first," he said, but I could tell he was scared too. His voice had that slight wobble it got when he was nervous. We stood there for a minute just staring at the house from across the street. Neither of us wanted to cross, but neither wanted to chicken out first either. "Fine," Matteo finally said. "I'll go first, but then you have to go too." He took a deep breath and stepped off the curb. I watched as he crossed the street, his shoulders hunched like he was trying to make himself smaller. The streetlight above us flickered, and I swear the temperature dropped about 10 degrees. As Matteo got closer to the house, his steps slowed. He was about 15 feet from the front steps when he suddenly stopped. Even from where I stood, I could see his whole body go rigid. "What's wrong?" I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the quiet street. He didn't answer. He just stood there, frozen, for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. Then, without warning, he turned and ran back across the street, his face pale and his eyes wide. "Your turn," he gasped when he reached me, but there was no challenge in his voice, just fear. "What happened? What did you see?" "Nothing. Just go. You have to go too." He was breathing hard, like he'd run a mile instead of across a street. I didn't want to go. Everything in me was screaming to turn around and run home, but I couldn't back down in front of Matteo, so I crossed the street. The moment my foot hit the pavement on the other side, I felt it. That thickness in the air Matteo must have felt. It was like walking through invisible syrup, each step requiring more effort than it should. And cold. God, it was so cold. Halloween in New York can be chilly, but this was different. This was a cold that seemed to seep directly into my bones. As I got closer to the house, the air got thicker and colder. By the time I was where Matteo had stopped, I could see my breath coming out in white puffs. But it wasn't just the cold and the heaviness. There was something else. A sound. At first I thought it was just the wind, or maybe a cat somewhere nearby. But as I took another step closer, it became clearer. Sobbing. Soft, muffled sobbing that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I froze, my eyes darting to the windows, the door, trying to find the source. There was no one visible, and the house was clearly empty. But the sobbing continued, growing slightly louder. It was a girl's voice, young, terrified, and filled with so much pain it made my chest hurt. And then I felt it, a presence. Not like someone watching from a window, but like someone standing right next to me. I could almost feel breath on my neck, cold and uneven. Fear hit me like a physical blow, not the normal fear of a scary movie or a dark room. This was primal, overwhelming terror that made my legs shake and my vision tunnel. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. All I knew was that I needed to get away from that house. I turned and ran, faster than I'd ever run before. I didn't look back, didn't call out to Matteo. I just ran, the sound of sobbing somehow following me until I reached the opposite curb. Matteo grabbed my arm, and we both took off up the hill, not stopping until we reached the steps of St. Elizabeth's, both gasping for breath. "Did you—" he panted. "Did you hear it?" I nodded, unable to speak, like someone crying. "A girl," I managed to say. It sounded like a girl. We sat on those church steps for a long time, neither of us wanting to talk about what we'd experienced, but also not ready to head back home. It wasn't until the church bell struck 11 that we finally got up and walked back, taking the long route to avoid passing those houses again. For weeks afterward, we had nightmares. In mine, I was trapped in that house, the air so thick I couldn't move, the crying getting louder and louder until it turned into screams. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, certain there was someone in my room. We never told anyone what happened. Who would believe us? Even as the weeks passed and the nightmares faded, we made sure to cross the street whenever we had to pass by those houses. We never spoke about that night, but sometimes I'd catch Matteo's eye as we hurried past, and I knew he was remembering too. Years went by. I graduated high school, started community college. Matteo moved to Queens with his family. The Ivy houses faded into a bad memory, something I tried not to think about. Then, during my second year of college, I saw a small article in the local section of the newspaper about a demolition in Washington Heights. The second Ivy house was being torn down finally, after sitting empty for over 15 years. The article mentioned that the house had been the site of a tragic crime in the late 80s, but didn't go into details. Curiosity got the better of me. I went to the library and searched through old newspaper archives. It took hours, but I finally found it. A small article from February 15th, 1988. Local teen murdered in Washington Heights home. The article described how 16-year-old Elena Vasquez had been found dead in her family's townhouse on Valentine's Day. She had been raped and strangled by a tenant who had been renting a room from her parents. The tenant, A man in his 30s had fled, but was caught 2 days later. Elena's parents moved away shortly after, unable to live in the house where their daughter had died, but for some reason they never sold the property. My hands were shaking as I read the article. Valentine's Day, February 14th. The girl had been killed on Valentine's Day, and we had heard her crying on Halloween night, the 2 days of the year when the barrier between the living and the dead is said to be thinnest. I went back to the neighborhood after they demolished the house. The empty lot looked wrong somehow, like a missing tooth in the smile of the street. The air still felt different there, not as thick or as cold as that Halloween night, but not normal either, like an echo of what had been. Even now, all these years later, I can't walk past that empty lot without crossing to the other side of the street. Sometimes, when the wind is right and the street is quiet, I think I can still hear something. Not crying anymore, but a soft whisper that raises the hair on my arms. I wish I could end this by saying the demolition of the house brought peace to Elena's spirit, or that I've come to terms with what happened that night. But the truth is, I don't know. All I know is that something was in that house, something that was once a 16-year-old girl whose life was violently taken from her, and whatever was left of her recognized something in 2 scared boys on Halloween night. I hope she's found peace. I hope that tearing down those walls freed whatever was trapped there. Sometimes I think about leaving flowers on that empty lot, but I've never been brave enough to step on that ground again. Some things stay with you forever, you know. Some fears never quite go away. And sometimes, no matter how much you try to convince yourself that ghosts aren't real, you absolutely know that something exists beyond what we can explain, because you felt it, you heard it, and no amount of rationalization can erase the memory of a young girl's sobs echoing in the frigid air of an empty house on Halloween night. Story 11. I don't really share this kind of stuff online, but after what happened last month, I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not losing my mind. My grandmother's apartment in the East Bronx has been in our family since forever. It's one of those classic pre-war buildings built in 1918. You know the type if you're from New York. Beautiful 10-foot ceilings, real hardwood floors, the kind of intricate tile work you just don't see anymore. The layout is typical old New York, long hallway with rooms on one side and the bathroom directly facing the front door. Nothing about it screams haunted house. It's just a normal apartment in a normal building on a normal street. But normal doesn't mean there's nothing going on there. My earliest memory of something being off was when I was just 4 years old. My mum and I were staying over at Grandma's for the weekend. I was sleeping in the guest room, the one that later became my room whenever we visited. I remember waking up in the middle of the night, that disorienting feeling when you're little and don't know why you're suddenly awake. That's when I saw him. A little boy, maybe my age or a bit older, standing at the foot of my bed. He wasn't scary looking or anything, just a normal kid with kind of old-fashioned clothes. The only weird thing was that he had this slight purplish glow around him, like he was lit from behind by a blacklight or something. Before I could say anything, he put his finger to his lips, the universal shh gesture, and then ran out of the room. I was terrified. I jumped out of bed and ran to my mom, who was sleeping on the pull-out couch in the living room. I tried to wake her up, telling her there was a boy in my room, but she just mumbled something about bad dreams and told me to go back to bed. She was exhausted from working double shifts that week, so I don't blame her, but I was literally shaking. I knew Grandma would believe me, she always did. So I ran to her room, practically in tears, and told her about the boy. She didn't look surprised at all. She just nodded and said she needed to use the bathroom first. Then she'd come sit with me. While I was waiting in the hallway for Grandma, I saw that same purplish light again, moving near the end of the hallway. The boy peeked around the corner, looked right at me, then ran into my bedroom. I froze. I couldn't even scream. Grandma came out of the bathroom and found me standing there, white as a sheet. She didn't ask any questions, just took my hand and led me back to the bedroom. She checked under the bed, in the closet, behind the curtains, all the places monsters hide when you're 4. Of course, she didn't find anything. She lay down next to me and stroked my hair until I fell asleep, telling me stories about when my mum was little. But here's the thing, I never told Grandma. The whole time she was comforting me, I could see the boy watching us from the corner of the room near the old radiator. He wasn't doing anything threatening, just watching, with this sad look on his face. Over the years, I found out I wasn't the only one who had seen him. My cousins had similar experiences when they stayed over. My little cousin Ellie called him the Purple Boy and would talk about playing with him like he was her imaginary friend. The weird thing is, only kids ever saw him clearly. Once we hit our teens, we stopped seeing him, just like how you stop seeing those things when you grow up. But that doesn't mean the apartment got any less creepy as I got older. When I was in high school, I'd still stay at Grandma's sometimes on weekends. I always slept in the same bedroom. My room. There was this overwhelming sense of dread I'd get sometimes, especially if I woke up in the middle of the night. I'd feel like someone was watching me from behind, even though my bed was against the wall. The floor would creak like someone was walking around, even though I was alone in the room. My Aunt Maria told me once that she'd seen a man, not the little boy, but a tall shadow figure standing in the corner by the radiator, the same corner where I'd seen the boy watching. My cousin Anthony said he'd seen it too. They described it the same way, a dark silhouette, darker than the darkness around it, just standing there, watching. The bathroom was another hot spot. It always had this feeling like you weren't alone in there. Multiple women in our family talked about feeling soft touches on their backs while showering, like someone gently placing their hand between your shoulder blades. Never threatening, just present. I experienced it myself a few times. The first time it happened, I screamed so loud, Grandma thought I'd fallen and hurt myself. During my college years, I'd sometimes crash at Grandma's when I missed the last train home. I'd stay up late, watching anime on my laptop, and sometimes we'd see orbs of light floating near his crib on the monitor. Noah would giggle and reach for them like they were toys. The weird thing is, I'm not afraid anymore. After all these years, I've come to see the entities in my grandmother's apartment as something like roommates. Unseen, mostly unheard, but definitely present roommates. They've watched over generations of my family. Maybe they're protecting us in their own way. The day we moved out, after the movers had taken everything and we were doing one last walkthrough, I swear I caught a glimpse of that same little purple boy standing in the corner of my old bedroom. Just for a second, just from the corner of my eye, and he was doing that same gesture, finger to his lips, telling me to keep our secret. I didn't tell Ryan. Some things you just keep to yourself. We gave the keys to my cousin, who's moving in next month with her family. I haven't warned her about what to expect. She grew up visiting Grandma too. She knows what that apartment is like. Besides, it's not like anything dangerous happens there. It's just occupied in more ways than one. Sometimes I wonder who that little boy was. Was he a child who died in the building back in the early days? Why does he only appear to children? And who is the dark figure that seems to guard the hallway at night? I'll probably never know. All I know is that every family has their strange stories, their unexplainable experiences. Ours just happens to be tied to a pre-war apartment in the East Bronx, with its 10-foot ceilings, hardwood floors, and long-time residents who never left, even after death. I still dream about that apartment sometimes. The long hallway, the rooms all in a row, the bathroom facing the front door. In my dreams, I'm walking down that hallway, and I know I'm not alone. Someone's walking beside me, keeping pace, just out of sight, and somehow it feels like coming home. Story 12. I never thought I'd be sharing this. I mean, who would believe me? I barely believe it myself, and I was there, I lived it. but I need to get this off my chest because it's been 14 years and I still can't explain what happened. Back in 2009, I was stationed at Fort Brayton. I'd been in the army for about 8 years at that point. My wife, Melissa, our son Tyler, who was 5 at the time, and I lived in military housing, one of those cookie-cutter places they assign to families. Nothing special, just a 3-bedroom ranch-style home with beige walls and standard-issue everything. I should probably mention that before joining the military, I studied physics in college. I've always approached the world through a lens of scientific reasoning. I wasn't necessarily against the idea of ghosts or paranormal stuff, but I needed evidence. Show me something I can measure, something I can verify, and I'll consider it. Until then, ghost stories were just that, stories. We'd been in that house for about 11 months when things started getting weird. It began with small stuff in our master bedroom. The first incident I remember clearly was my alarm clock. I'd set it for 5:30 a.m. for PT, but when I woke up naturally around 6:15, I realized it hadn't gone off. When I checked, it was just off. Not unplugged, just off. Melissa swore she didn't touch it. Must have been a power surge, I told her. Made sense at the time. Then it happened again 2 days later, and again the next week. Always my alarm, always in the early morning. I bought a new one, thinking the old one was just defective. Same thing happened. Then other electronics in our bedroom started acting up. The small TV we had on our dresser would turn on by itself. Not to static, it would actually be on a channel, with the volume at whatever level we'd left it at. The first time it happened, I woke up at around 3 a.m. to the sound of some infomercial blaring. Nearly scared the crap out of me. "Did you sit on the remote?" I asked Melissa. "No, it's right here on the nightstand," she mumbled, half asleep. This became our new normal over the next few weeks. The TV turning on, the alarm clock shutting off. Then the small radio we kept in the bathroom connected to our bedroom started turning on by itself, always to static, always around 3 a.m. I'm an analytical guy, so I started keeping track. In a 1-month period, we had 23 incidents with electronics in our master bedroom. None anywhere else in the house, just our room. I checked the wiring, had housing maintenance come look at the electrical system. They found nothing wrong. "Old houses, weird wiring," the maintenance guy said with a shrug. But our house wasn't that old. And why just our bedroom? Tyler started saying he didn't like our room. He'd refuse to come in sometimes, standing at the doorway like there was an invisible barrier. "The air feels yucky in there, Dad," he said once. Kids, right? But it started to get to me. By April, we'd decided to sell the house. I was due to deploy in July, and Melissa didn't want to deal with any of this while I was gone. We started packing up, and I'd been approved for a housing allowance so we could move off base. The weird thing was, as we moved stuff out of the bedroom, the incidents increased. The fewer items we had in there, the more frequently things would happen. That TV we had. Once we disconnected it and put it in the garage, my watch started going off at random times. My phone would die, even though it showed 80% battery. Melissa's hairdryer would turn on in the middle of the night despite being unplugged. By early May, we'd moved everything out of the master bedroom except our bed and a few essentials. We were sleeping in there, but just barely. Melissa was getting more and more freaked out, and honestly, so was I. But I kept telling myself there had to be a logical explanation. May 17th, 2009. I'll never forget that date. We'd had a normal Sunday, went to the commissary, had dinner, put Tyler to bed in his room. Around 10 p.m., Melissa and I were getting ready for bed. We'd moved our mattress to the guest room the day before because Melissa couldn't take another night in the master bedroom. "I just want to check if we left anything in the closet," she said. We'd pretty much emptied the room by then, but she wanted to be thorough. I followed her to the master bedroom. The room was empty except for a single remote control sitting on the windowsill. It was the remote to the DVD player we'd already moved to the living room. I remember thinking, how did we miss that? Melissa was opening the closet door when it happened. The remote, I swear on everything I hold dear, the remote launched itself off the windowsill like it had been thrown by an invisible hand. Not fell, not slid off. Launched. It flew across the room, missing my head by inches, and smashed against the opposite wall with such force that pieces of plastic exploded everywhere. We both froze. The sound of plastic hitting the wall and then scattering across the bare floor was deafening in the empty room. For a second I couldn't move. It felt like my feet were cemented to the floor. "What the fuck?" I whispered. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was trying to escape my chest. Melissa was white as a sheet. "Nathan," she started, her voice trembling. My military training kicked in. Someone must be in the room. Someone must have thrown it. I rushed in, flipping on lights, checking corners, looking for any sign of an intruder. Nothing. The windows were closed and locked from the inside. The closet was empty. There was nowhere for anyone to hide in that bare room. Just carpet and broken remote pieces. I got Melissa and Tyler out of the house that night, sent them to stay with her sister while I tried to make sense of what had happened. I sat in that empty bedroom until dawn, waiting for something, anything, to happen again. Nothing did. I called in some favors and had the house's history checked out. Nothing unusual, no deaths, no violent crimes. It was built in 1998 as part of a housing expansion. I talked to neighbors, checked EMF levels with a meter I borrowed from a buddy in communications, even had the water tested for contaminants that might cause hallucinations. Nothing explained what we experienced. We moved off base the following week. I deployed in July as scheduled, and when I came back, we never spoke about that house again. Melissa didn't want to, and I couldn't blame her. Here's the thing that still haunts me. I know what I saw. That remote didn't just fall. It was thrown with purpose and force, in an empty room, with no one else there. I've spent years trying to rationalize it. Air pressure changes, impossible with the windows closed, an earthquake tremor. There would have been other objects affected and other people would have felt it. A prank? There was literally no one else in that room, and no way for anyone to have thrown it without being seen. As someone trained in physics, I understand how objects move in space. I understand trajectory, force, and motion. What happened that night defied everything I know about physical laws. I've never experienced anything like it since. We've moved 3 times with the military since then, and our current home is completely normal. But that night in 2009 at Fort Brayton fundamentally changed how I view the world. I don't talk about this much. My military buddies would never let me hear the end of it. But sometimes when I'm alone and thinking about it, I still get chills remembering the sound of that remote smashing against the wall, the pieces scattering across the empty floor, and the absolute certainty that whatever threw it wanted us out of that room. I don't know what was in our bedroom at Fort Brayton. I don't know why it targeted us or why it escalated as we removed our belongings. All I know is that something was there, something that could interact with physical objects, something that wanted us to know it was there. I'm not asking anyone to believe me. Hell, if someone told me this story, I'd be the first to look for the rational explanation. But I've had 14 years to find one, and I'm still looking. The strangest part. A few months after we moved, I ran into our old next-door neighbor at the PX. I asked if the new family had moved in yet to our old place. "No," he said, looking uncomfortable. "Housing has had trouble renting it out. Something about electrical problems they can't seem to fix." I didn't tell him what we experienced. I just nodded and changed the subject, but I've checked periodically over the years. That house stood empty for almost 2 years before they finally demolished it in 2011, supposedly as part of a housing modernization project. Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe there really were electrical problems that couldn't be fixed, or maybe whatever was in that house wasn't willing to let anyone else move in. I don't expect to ever understand what happened that night. But whenever someone scoffs at ghost stories or paranormal claims, I think about that remote flying across our empty bedroom, and I stay quiet. Because once you've seen something you can't explain, you realize how little we actually know about the world we live in. I used to need evidence to believe in something. Now, sometimes, I think the absence of an explanation is evidence enough. Story 13. I've never really told anyone the full story of what happened that night. Even now, typing this out, my hands are shaking a bit. It's been almost 8 years, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I guess I need to get this off my chest finally, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can explain what the hell actually happened to me. I was 16 at the time, living with my parents in Pinecrest. Our house was at the end of this cul-de-sac that backed up against a pretty dense forest. It was the kind of neighborhood where everyone kept their distance. Nice houses, well-maintained lawns, but people mostly kept to themselves, especially after what happened in 2014. See, our quiet little suburb had this dark cloud hanging over it. In those woods behind my house, they found the body of a kid from my school, Dylan Matthews. He was in the grade above me. This sick bastard, a registered sex offender who'd somehow slipped through the cracks, had lured him into the woods. I didn't know Dylan super well, but we talked a few times in the hallway. Nice kid, really into skateboarding. After they found him, the whole neighborhood changed. Parents wouldn't let their kids play outside alone anymore. The forest that used to be our adventure spot became this forbidden zone that everyone avoided. By summer 2016, things had kind of returned to normal, at least on the surface. My parents had installed a really good security system, but they both worked long hours, so I was home alone a lot. Our basement had been converted into this awesome game room with a big TV, my PlayStation 4, and a comfy couch. It was my sanctuary, especially during summer break when I had nothing but time. This particular night, July 18th, 2016, my parents had gone to bed around 11 p.m. They had early shifts the next day. I told them I'd be up soon, but I was in the middle of a Red Dead Redemption marathon and wasn't even close to being tired. So I stayed downstairs, volume low, completely lost in the game. The basement had this weird layout. The main room with the TV and couch, then a small bathroom off to the side, and a storage area behind that. There was only one way in or out, a door at the top of the stairs that led up to the main floor. The bathroom had this small rectangular window up high on the wall, the kind that's made of that textured reflective glass for privacy, but still lets in some light. I remember checking my phone around 2:30 a.m. and thinking I should probably head to bed soon. But then I got to this really good part in the game, so I decided to push through for just one more mission. You know how it goes. It was maybe 3:15 a.m. when I heard it. 3 soft knocks on the basement door at the top of the stairs. Knock, knock, knock. Not loud, just gentle taps, like someone was trying not to make too much noise. But here's the thing. Our house had these old, creaky wooden stairs. There was absolutely no way someone could come down those stairs without me hearing every single step, and I hadn't heard anything. At first, I figured it was just my mom checking if I was still up. But then I realized, if it was her, she would have just opened the door and told me to go to bed. She wouldn't just knock and walk away. And my dad, he slept like a rock. Once he was out, a tornado wouldn't wake him up. I paused my game and sat perfectly still, listening. The house was dead silent. Then I heard it again. Knock, knock, knock. Same pattern, same gentle tapping. My heart started racing. I'm not usually the jumpy type, but something about those knocks set off every alarm bell in my body. Without thinking, I reached over and switched off the TV and my console, plunging the basement into darkness. The only light was the dim glow from a small nightlight in the bathroom. I sat there for what felt like forever, just listening. my ears straining to pick up any sound. Nothing. No footsteps, no more knocks. Just the hum of the refrigerator upstairs and my own breathing, which seemed way too loud in the quiet. I didn't want to go up those stairs. I didn't want to open that door and see what might be on the other side, but I also didn't want to sit there in the dark, wondering. So I did something that, looking back, was probably really stupid. I decided to go into the bathroom and look through that small window. The reflective glass meant I could see out, but no one could see in. And the bathroom window was positioned in a way that I could kind of see part of the stairwell and the door. I moved as quietly as I could, feeling my way through the dark to the bathroom. I didn't turn on the light. Something told me not to announce my position. The bathroom was tiny, just a sink, toilet, and that window up high on the wall. I had to stand on the toilet to peek through. As I expected, I couldn't see much, just a sliver of the stairwell and the bottom of the door. There was no one there. I waited, watching, trying to control my breathing. My legs were starting to cramp from balancing on the toilet seat when I noticed something in the reflection. There was a coat rack in the corner of the basement where I'd hung my jacket earlier. And behind it, this is the part that still makes my skin crawl, I saw a shadow. Not like a regular shadow cast by the coat rack, but a darker patch that seemed to have depth to it. Like something was standing there, hiding behind my winter coat. I blinked hard, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me in the dark. But when I looked again, the shadow was still there, and then it moved. It didn't move like a shadow should, following the movement of whatever was casting it. It moved independently, like it was its own thing. It detached from behind the coat rack and sort of glided towards the bathroom. I nearly fell off the toilet. My whole body went ice cold. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears, pounding so loud I was sure whatever that thing was could hear it too. I didn't stick around to see what would happen next. I jumped down from the toilet and ran out of the bathroom, across the basement, and up those stairs faster than I've ever moved in my life. I don't even remember my feet touching the steps. It was like I just teleported to the top. I burst through the door and slammed it shut behind me, then sprinted through the dark house to my parents' bedroom. I didn't knock, didn't call out. I just threw their door open and dived onto the foot of their bed. My mum startled awake immediately. "Jaden, what's wrong?" She sounded alarmed, and I couldn't blame her. Here was her teenage son, white as a sheet, shaking like a leaf, jumping into their bed in the middle of the night. I couldn't tell her what I'd seen. She'd either think I was making it up, or she'd freak out completely. So I lied. I told her I thought I'd heard someone trying to break in through the basement window, but it was probably just a raccoon or something. She seemed skeptical, but too tired to argue. "Do you want us to check?" she asked, nudging my dad, who was somehow still half asleep despite all the commotion. "No," I said way too quickly. No, it's fine. I'm sure it was nothing. I just got spooked." My dad mumbled something about checking in the morning and rolled over. My mom gave me a concerned look but said I could stay if I wanted to. So I did. I lay down at the foot of their bed, over the covers, still fully dressed, my back against the footboard. I felt ridiculous, a 16-year-old too scared to sleep in his own room, but there was no way I was going back downstairs. It took forever for my heart rate to slow down. I kept replaying what I'd seen in my mind, trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was just shadows from the nightlight playing tricks on me. Maybe I was overtired and my brain was misfiring. Maybe I'd fallen asleep playing my game and dreamed the whole thing. I must have closed my eyes eventually. I remember checking the time on my phone, 3:47 a.m., and thinking I should try to get some sleep. I decided I'd count to 100, focusing on my breathing, trying to calm down. I don't know if I actually fell asleep or if I was in that weird state between waking and sleeping, but when I opened my eyes again, it was still dark. The digital clock on my parents' dresser read 4:02 a.m., and there, at the foot of the bed, not 3 feet from where I was lying, was the shadow. It wasn't exactly human-shaped, more like a smudge of absolute darkness that had a vaguely humanoid outline. No features that I could make out, just this sense of presence and these two darker spots where eyes might be, staring directly at me. I couldn't move, I couldn't scream. My voice was trapped in my throat and my limbs felt like they were encased in concrete. The shadow just stood there watching me. I could feel its attention on me like a physical weight. Then, and I swear this happened, even though it makes no sense, it tilted what seemed to be its head, like it was curious, like it was studying me. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over me. Not just fear. This was deeper. This was the certainty that something was profoundly wrong with whatever was standing there. It didn't belong in our world. It wasn't supposed to be here. I started praying. I'm not even religious, not really. My family went to church on Christmas and Easter, but that was about it. Yet in that moment, every prayer I'd ever heard came pouring out of me, silently, in my head. God, please help me. God, please protect me. God, make it go away. Over and over, I repeated God's name in my mind. I begged for protection. I promised I'd be better, do better, if only this thing would leave me alone. I prayed non-stop, my eyes locked on the shadow figure, afraid that if I looked away even for a second, it would be right next to me when I looked back. I don't know how long we stayed like that. Me frozen in terror, it watching me from the foot of the bed. My parents slept on, completely unaware. The room was silent except for their breathing and the soft ticking of the clock. After what felt like hours, something changed. The shadow seemed to lose some of its definition, becoming more fuzzy around the edges. And then I heard, or maybe felt, I'm still not sure, a voice. "Don't worry," it said. "Everything will be fine." The voice wasn't threatening. It was calm, almost reassuring. But there was something off about it, something not quite right. It was like the voice was trying to sound comforting, but didn't quite know how. Like a record playing at slightly the wrong speed. And I couldn't tell where it was coming from. It didn't seem to come from the shadow figure, but it didn't seem to come from inside my head either. It was just there, in the space between us. As soon as I heard the voice, the shadow began to fade. It didn't move away or retreat. It just gradually became less distinct until I couldn't see it anymore. One moment it was there, and the next it was gone, leaving me staring at the empty space where it had stood. I didn't sleep again that night. I lay there, rigid, eyes wide open, until the first light of dawn started to filter through the curtains. Only then did I feel like I could breathe again. When my parents woke up, I was already in the kitchen making coffee, trying to act normal. They asked if I was okay, and I said yes, I'd just had a nightmare. My mom suggested I was playing too many video games before bed. My dad joked that I was getting too old to be crawling into their bed. Normal morning conversation, normal family breakfast, as if nothing extraordinary had happened while they slept. After they left for work, I went back down to the basement. In the daylight, it looked completely ordinary. The coat rack stood in the corner, my jacket hanging innocently on one of the hooks. The bathroom was just a bathroom. I checked every corner, every possible hiding place. Nothing, not a single thing out of place. Over the next few weeks, I kept waiting for something else to happen. I didn't play games late at night anymore. I didn't stay in the basement after dark. I slept with my bedroom door locked and a baseball bat under my bed, but nothing happened. No knocks, no shadows, no voices. Eventually, the memory started to feel less immediate, less terrifying. I began to wonder if I had hallucinated the whole thing due to sleep deprivation and an overactive imagination fueled by too many horror games. Maybe I'd fallen asleep at some point and dreamed it all. Maybe the stress of living so close to where Dylan had been found had finally caught up with me. But even as I tried to rationalize it away, part of me knew what I'd seen was real. The fear I felt was too visceral, too raw to have been imagined. I'm 24 now. I moved away from Pinecrest for college and never went back to live there. My parents still have the house and I visit for holidays, but I always find an excuse not to stay overnight. I don't think they've ever noticed. Sometimes, when I'm alone at night in my apartment, I think about that voice. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Was it trying to reassure me? Was it God answering my prayers? Or was it something else entirely? Something pretending to be benevolent? And what about the shadow itself? Was it connected to Dylan somehow? Was it something that had been lurking in those woods, that had followed the darkness of what happened there into our home? Or was it something that had always been there, watching, waiting for the right moment to make itself known? I don't have answers. All I know is that something happened that night that I can't explain. Something that defied the laws of reality as I understood them, and even though years have passed without incident, I still sometimes catch myself staring into dark corners, wondering if I'm really alone. If you've made it this far, thanks for reading. I've never told anyone this story before, not the full version. I guess I'm still trying to make sense of it myself. If anyone's experienced anything similar, or has any insights, I'd appreciate hearing them. Just knowing I'm not alone would help. Story 14. I've been debating whether to post this for months, but I need to get it off my chest. I still can't explain what happened to us at Pine Creek last summer, and it eats at me every day. My girlfriend Mia and I had been dating for 3 years and wanted to do something special for our anniversary without breaking the bank. We both love camping and hiking, so when I found this private campground online near Pine, Colorado, for $15 a night, it seemed perfect. The photos showed these beautiful mountain views, and the host responded quickly to my messages. Said it was family-owned land they'd converted to a small campground for extra income. We drove up from Denver on a Friday afternoon in July. The weather was perfect, warm but not too hot, with these amazing puffy clouds against the blue sky. After about 2 hours of driving, we turned off the highway onto a dirt road that wound through dense pine forest. The directions said to look for a big metal gate with flags, which we almost missed because it was partially hidden by trees. When we pulled up, an older guy, maybe in his 60s, came out of this vintage Airstream trailer and waved us down. He introduced himself as Earl, the owner. He seemed friendly enough, but there was something a little off about him. He wouldn't make eye contact for long and kept looking past us into the trees. He told us we had the most private site at the top of the hill and gave us a hand-drawn map of the property. As we drove up this steep, winding dirt path to our site, I noticed about 5 other campsites scattered around the property. There were a couple families with kids playing and someone grilling near their RV. Nothing unusual. Our site was isolated at the very top of this ridge, giving us an amazing view of the forest stretching out for miles. You could see where the pine trees gave way to aspens in some areas and mountains in the distance. We were thrilled with how secluded it felt. We spent that afternoon setting up our tent, gathering firewood and just relaxing. As the sun started setting, we made dinner on our camp stove and sat in our folding chairs enjoying a couple beers. Everything felt perfect, that kind of peaceful you can only get when you're away from the city and surrounded by nature. Around 11 p.m. we were getting ready for bed when I heard this weird sound. It's hard to describe exactly, but it was mechanical, like a jet engine starting up, or maybe a massive industrial fan. It wasn't super loud, but definitely noticeable, especially out there where it should have been completely quiet, except for nature sounds. It seemed to be coming from maybe 200 feet away in the trees beyond our sight. The strange part was how it just started up suddenly, ran for about 30 seconds, then stopped completely. I looked at Mia and could tell she heard it too, but neither of us said anything. I don't know why we didn't talk about it. Maybe because it was brief and we were tired. We just crawled into our sleeping bags and fell asleep. The next morning, we woke up to heavy rain pounding on our tent. Our plan had been to hike, but with the downpour, we decided to drive into town for breakfast and check the weather forecast. The tiny town of Pine was about 20 minutes away, literally just a general store, a diner, and a gas station. We ate at the diner and used their Wi-Fi to check the weather, which showed the rain clearing by afternoon. We killed some time browsing the general store and grabbed some extra groceries. The rain had mostly stopped by the time we headed back to camp around 2 p.m. That's when things started getting weird. As we drove through the gate and up the hill, I immediately noticed something was off. The entire campground was empty. Not just quieter, completely deserted. The family tents, the RV, even Earl's Airstream, all gone. There was absolutely no sign that anyone had been there just hours before. "Where did everyone go?" Mia asked, looking confused. I slowed the car, thinking maybe they'd all left because of the rain, but something felt wrong. When we got to our site, our tent was still there, untouched. I parked and we got out, looking around. That's when I realized there wasn't just an absence of people. There was an absence of any evidence they'd been there at all. No trash in the communal bins, no tire tracks in the now muddy ground, no flattened grass where tents had been. "Maybe everyone left because of the weather forecast," I suggested, not really believing it myself. Who packs up a whole campground that quickly and that thoroughly? Mia looked uneasy but nodded. "Yeah, probably." We decided to stay since our tent had weathered the rain fine and the sun was breaking through the clouds. The afternoon passed normally enough, though the campground's emptiness made everything feel eerie. I kept expecting Earl to show up and explain, but he never did. We tried to enjoy ourselves, reading books, playing cards, taking a short hike on a trail near our site. But there was this underlying tension I couldn't shake. That evening around 7 p.m., we started cooking dinner on our camp stove. Mia was cutting vegetables while I was seasoning some chicken when we heard it again. That same mechanical sound from the night before. This time it was louder, like whatever it was had moved closer to us. It had the same pattern, a sudden start, about 30 seconds of operation, then an abrupt stop. Mia froze mid-slice. "What the hell is that?" "I heard it last night too," I admitted. "I thought it might be equipment from a nearby property or something." "It sounds like it's in the woods right there," she said, pointing toward a dense section of trees about 100 feet from our site. After dinner, Mia said she wasn't feeling well. Her face looked flushed, and she complained of feeling dizzy and having a mild headache. I figured maybe it was dehydration from our hike, so I encouraged her to drink more water while I cleaned up our dinner stuff outside. That's when it happened to me. I was rinsing our plates with water from our jug when my vision suddenly changed. It's incredibly hard to explain, but everything I looked at seemed to shift slightly, like the edges of objects weren't staying where they should be. Colors became oversaturated, especially pinks and greens, which seemed to have this fluorescent quality to them. The trees, the tent, our car, everything had this slight vibration to it, as if I was seeing reality through some kind of filter. I blinked hard and rubbed my eyes, thinking maybe I got soap in them or something. The distortion lessened, but didn't completely go away. There was also this weird pressure in my ears, like when you're at high altitude. I hurried back to the tent and found Mia sitting perfectly still on her sleeping bag, staring straight ahead. "Mia, you okay?" I asked. Her head turned to me, movement slightly jerky. "Do you see it too?" she whispered. "See what?" I asked, though I was pretty sure I knew what she meant. "Everything's wrong," she said. "The colors, the way things are moving. It started about 5 minutes ago." A chill ran through me. We were experiencing the exact same visual disturbance, which meant it wasn't just in our heads. Something was happening to us, or around us. "I'm seeing it too," I admitted. "Just started outside." That's when we both felt it, this overwhelming sensation that we were being watched, not like someone was spying on us from the trees, but something much more intense and invasive. It felt like whatever was watching us could see right through our skin, like we were completely exposed. Mia grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in. "We need to leave," she said. "Right now." The sun was setting. turning the sky this unnatural shade of orange that looked almost neon with my distorted vision. The idea of trying to navigate that winding dirt road in the dark with our perception so messed up was terrifying, but staying felt even worse. "Let's just wait a bit," I said, trying to sound calmer than I felt. "Maybe it'll pass. Could be something we both ate, or..." "It's not food poisoning, Liam," she snapped. "You know it's not. Something is wrong here. Those people didn't just leave this morning. It's like they were never here at all." As darkness fell, the feeling of being watched intensified. We sat in our tent with the lantern on, barely speaking, just listening. The forest had gone completely silent. No insects, no wind rustling the leaves, nothing. Just absolute suffocating silence. Around 10 p.m., the mechanical sound started again, but this time it didn't stop after 30 seconds. It kept going, a constant hum that seemed to be moving, circling our campsite. With it came a change in air pressure that made my ears pop painfully. The walls of our tent seemed to bend inward slightly, though there was no wind. Mia was crying silently beside me. I was sweating despite the cool night air. The visual distortion had gotten worse. Now everything had trails when it moved, like I was seeing multiple versions of the same object. And there was this smell, like ozone and something else I couldn't identify, something organic but wrong. "We're leaving," I said finally, my voice sounding strange even to my own ears. "Pack only what we need. Leave the rest." We stuffed our wallets, phones and keys into our pockets and grabbed our jackets. I didn't even bother with the tent or any of our other gear. The mechanical humming sound was so loud now, it felt like it was inside my head. As we stepped outside, the full moon illuminated the campsite with an unnatural brightness. The forest around us seemed to pulse with that pink-green fluorescent quality. I could see our breath in the suddenly frigid air. We practically ran to the car. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking violently. The humming was all around us now, vibrating through the ground beneath our feet. As I finally got the key in the ignition, I glanced in the rearview mirror and froze. Our tent, about 50 feet behind us, was being... I don't even know how to describe it. The fabric was stretching upward into a perfect cone shape, like something was lifting it from inside, but it was empty. We'd just been in there. Then it collapsed suddenly, as if whatever force was manipulating it had released it. I slammed the car into reverse, spun around, and raced down that dirt path faster than was safe. Mia was gripping the dashboard, staring straight ahead. The humming followed us all the way to the main gate, which now stood wide open, though I distinctly remembered it being closed when we returned from town. We didn't slow down until we hit the highway. By then, the visual distortions had begun to fade, but that feeling of being watched, of being exposed, lingered. We drove straight back to Denver that night, arriving home around 3 a.m. In the weeks that followed, we tried to make sense of what happened. We looked up the campground online, but the listing had disappeared. We even drove back to Pine one weekend and asked at the general store about Earl and his campground. The lady behind the counter looked at us like we were crazy, insisted there was no private campground in the area, and had never heard of anyone named Earl. Mia and I broke up 2 months later. We never really talked about that night, but it hung between us like a wall. Sometimes I'd catch her staring at me with this look, like she was trying to figure out if I was somehow responsible for what happened. I still have nightmares about that mechanical sound and the way everything looked with that fluorescent distortion. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, certain that I'm being watched with that same invasive intensity. Most nights, I sleep with all the lights on. I don't know what happened at Pine Creek. I don't know if it was something in the water or air, some kind of shared hallucination, or something I don't even want to consider. All I know is that for about 12 hours, reality itself seemed to bend around us in a way I can't explain, and whatever caused it made everyone else disappear without a trace. I haven't been camping since. Story 15. I still don't know what to make of what happened last month. I've been trying to process it, make sense of it, but I can't. Maybe writing it down will help. Or maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not crazy. It started when my Uncle Mark asked if I could dog sit while he and his partner went on a cruise. It seemed perfect. I'd get a week away from my cramped apartment, and he has a nice place in this quiet suburban neighborhood in Lampus. The house has been in our family for years. My grandfather actually built it for his sister. But deep down, I knew I hadn't moved these things. The worst was when my work shirt disappeared. I'd hung it over the chair in the guest room before bed, and in the morning, it was gone. I searched everywhere, getting more and more frantic. I finally found it in the spare bedroom, the one I hadn't been using, crumpled in a ball in the corner, like someone had thrown it there. That's when I first heard the footsteps. I was in the kitchen making lunch when I heard them. Soft, padding footsteps moving across the ceiling above me, like someone walking slowly from one end of the upstairs hallway to the other. I ran upstairs, and of course no one was there, just Baxter, who had been downstairs with me the whole time. I checked every room again, including the attic access in the hallway ceiling, but it was undisturbed, sealed tight with those pull-down stairs that hadn't been used in ages based on the dust around the edges. The footsteps continued throughout the day. Sometimes they'd wake me up from a nap. I wasn't sleeping well at night, so I'd doze off during the day. They always followed the same path, from one end of the upstairs hallway to the other, never running, never hurried, just a slow, deliberate walk. By the 5th day, I was desperate to leave, but the storm had knocked out power in parts of town, trees were down, and the roads were still dangerously icy. I was trapped. I called my friend Mike, who lived about 20 minutes away. I didn't tell him everything, just that I was getting spooked being alone in the house during the storm and could use some company. He couldn't come right away because of the road conditions, but he promised to try the next day if things improved. That night was the worst. The knocking returned, but this time it was faster, more insistent. And it wasn't just on the walls. It moved to the windows, the doors, even the ceiling. Like whatever it was getting impatient. Baxter finally reacted, barking at the ceiling, then running to hide under the dining table. I didn't sleep at all. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, the knife in my hand, jumping at every sound. I tried playing music to drown out the knocking, but it just got louder in response. Mike arrived the next morning with our other friend, Sarah. They could only stay for a few hours. The roads were still bad, and more snow was forecast, but they helped me clean up the place before my uncle returned. I was supposed to leave the next day, and I was counting the hours. I didn't tell them everything that had been happening. I just said the storm had me on edge, and I was hearing things. Mike laughed it off, saying old houses make weird noises. Sarah seemed more concerned, asking if I was sleeping okay. We were upstairs, changing the sheets in the guest room, when Mike suddenly froze. "Did you hear that?" he asked. Sarah and I stopped what we were doing, and there it was, the soft footsteps walking slowly across the ceiling above us. Except we were on the top floor. There was nothing above us except the attic, and no one could be up there. Mike's face went white. He dropped the pillowcase he was holding and said, "What the fuck was that?" Before I could answer, the footsteps stopped directly above us, and then we heard 3 distinct knocks, just like the ones I'd been hearing all week. Mike didn't wait around for an explanation. He practically ran down the stairs, saying he needed to get home before the roads got worse. Sarah followed him, looking freaked out but trying to hide it. I begged them to stay a little longer or to let me come with them, but Mike was already halfway out the door. Sarah gave me a quick hug and whispered, "Be careful, Jordan," before following him. And just like that, I was alone again, with whatever was in the house. The last night was surprisingly quiet. No knocking, no footsteps. Even Baxter seemed calmer, sleeping peacefully at the foot of the couch where I'd set up my makeshift bed. Maybe whatever it was had gotten bored with me, or maybe it knew I was leaving soon. I managed to get a few hours of sleep, and when I woke up, the storm had finally broken. The sun was out, the roads were being cleared, and my uncle was due back that evening. I packed up my stuff quickly, cleaned up the last few things, and waited impatiently for my uncle to arrive. When he finally did, around 6 p.m., I've never been so relieved to see anyone in my life. He asked me how everything went, and I just said fine, not wanting to sound crazy. But as I was leaving, his partner Jack pulled me aside and asked, "Did you, experience anything unusual in the house?" I froze. "What do you mean?" Jack looked uncomfortable. "We've never told anyone this, but sometimes we see things, hear things." He lowered his voice. "Once, I saw a woman in a white dress walking down our hallway in the middle of the night. Another time, we heard music playing from nowhere." I felt the blood drain from my face. I told him everything, the voices, the knocking, the footsteps, the moving objects. Jack nodded the whole time like he wasn't surprised. When I finished, he said, "We think it might be Mark's aunt, the one who died here. She was young, just 28. The cancer took her quickly." I remembered the story, how my grandfather had built this house specifically for his sister when she got sick, so she'd have a comfortable place to spend her final days. "But why would she be doing these things?" I asked. Jack shrugged. "Maybe she's protective of the house. Maybe she's just lonely. Or maybe, I thought but didn't say, someone had been living in the house the whole time I was there. Someone who knew how to hide, how to move around without being seen. Someone who came out when I was asleep or not looking. I don't know which possibility scares me more. I've been back in my apartment for a few weeks now, and I still haven't slept right. I keep hearing knocking sounds in my dreams, seeing shadows move in the corner of my eye. Mike refuses to talk about what he heard that day. Sarah called once to check on me, but when I tried to discuss what happened, she changed the subject. My uncle invited me over for dinner next week. I made up an excuse not to go. I don't think I'll ever set foot in that house again. And the strangest thing? Before I left, I couldn't find my house key. The spare one I keep on my keychain. I'd had it when I arrived, but it was gone when I was packing up. I told my uncle I must have dropped it somewhere in the snow. But sometimes I wonder if it's still there in the house, in the possession of whoever or whatever was sharing that space with me for those terrifying 7 days. Story 16. I have never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I've always been practical, logical, the guy who rolls his eyes when someone brings up haunted houses. But what happened in our home last summer has completely changed my perspective. I still struggle to make sense of it all. My partner and I moved into our government-subsidized house on the outskirts of Birmingham back in 2019. It's nothing fancy, just a modest 2-bedroom place built sometime in the 40s or 50s, with those thin walls typical of post-war housing. The rent was affordable, which was the main appeal since we had our daughter on the way and needed to save money wherever possible. When COVID hit in early 2020, I started working from home like everyone else. That's when things got weird. I first noticed it in June, during a particularly hot week when we had all the windows open trying to catch any hint of a breeze. I was working at the desk in our bedroom when I heard a distinct knock. 3 taps, evenly spaced. Knock, knock, knock. It came from outside the bedroom wall, the exterior wall. I didn't think much of it at first, assuming it was a bird or maybe a branch hitting the side of the house. But when I looked outside later, I realized something that made my stomach drop. Our bedroom is on the 2nd floor, and there's nothing outside that wall. No tree, no ledge, nothing anyone could stand on, just a straight drop to the concrete below. I mentioned it to my partner that night, who suggested it might be the pipes or the house settling in the heat. That made sense, so I let it go. But then it happened again and again. Always the same pattern, 3 knocks, always when I was alone in the room, always from the exact same spot on that exterior wall. The knocking was strange, but what happened in July truly terrified me. We'd installed a Ring doorbell after some packages went missing in the neighborhood. One evening around 9 p.m., both our phones buzzed with the notification, "Motion detected at front door." My partner was bathing our daughter, so I checked the app. The footage showed nothing, just our empty front step. As I was about to close the app, thinking it was a false alarm, there was a tremendous bang on our bedroom door upstairs. Not a knock, but a violent impact that made the door visibly shake in its frame. I practically flew up the stairs, heart pounding, and yanked the door open. Nothing. The hallway was completely empty. My partner called up asking what the noise was, and I had no explanation. We checked every room in the house, every closet. We were the only ones home. The incidents became more frequent after that. One afternoon, while my partner was out grocery shopping, this was during that phase when only one person per household was supposed to go out, I was in the living room with our daughter when I heard the kitchen tap running full blast. I'd just gotten her down for a nap, so I hurried to shut it off, assuming I'd left it dripping. But what I saw made no sense. Both hot and cold taps were turned completely on, water thundering into the sink. I know I hadn't used the kitchen sink in hours. There was simply no way those taps turned themselves. Then there was the persistent banging on the front door, violent, angry pounding that would start without warning, usually after dark. Each time, the Ring doorbell would show nothing. Sometimes it would happen 3 or 4 times in a single night, leaving us exhausted and on edge. The baby monitor became another source of terror. We'd hear strange static and distorted sounds coming through it, not just normal interference, but what sounded like whispers and distant conversations we couldn't quite make out. My partner suggested we replace it, thinking it was picking up signals from other devices, but even the new one did the same thing. One night in August, the monitor's screen caught my attention. There was a white mist forming in my daughter's room. At first, I thought it was just poor video quality, or maybe dust catching the infrared light, but then it began to take shape. It condensed and shifted until it formed what was unmistakably a human silhouette, tall, adult-sized, moving slowly around my daughter's cot. I've never moved so fast in my life. I burst into her room, absolutely frantic, but found her sleeping peacefully. The room was empty, normal temperature, no sign of anything unusual. Yet when I checked the monitor recording later with my partner, we both saw it, that white figure, clearly walking around our baby's cot, pausing at times as if looking down at her. That was our breaking point. Neither of us could sleep. We took turns keeping watch through the night, jumping at every creak and groan of the house. My partner started researching the history of our home and discovered that the previous tenant, an elderly woman, had died there about 6 months before we moved in. The letting agent had never mentioned this, probably afraid we wouldn't take the place if we knew. Out of desperation, we contacted a local church. I'm not religious, never have been, but we were willing to try anything. The deacon who responded was kind and didn't make us feel crazy when we explained what was happening. He visited our home on a Tuesday afternoon, listened to our experiences, and walked through each room. "What you're experiencing sounds like poltergeist activity," he explained, sitting at our kitchen table. "Sometimes it's connected to emotional energy, often from children at a certain age. Your daughter is, 14 months old now? That's not uncommon. Or it could be the previous occupant unable to move on." He performed prayers in each room, focusing particularly on our daughter's room and our bedroom. He blessed the house with holy water and gave us small crosses to place above doorways. I felt a bit silly doing it, to be honest, but at that point, I would have danced naked in the garden if someone had told me it would make the phenomena stop. The strangest part, after the deacon's visit, the activities did stop. The knocking, the door banging, the taps turning on, all of it just ended. For weeks we waited tensely for something to happen, but the house remained quiet. Normal. It's been almost a year now, and we haven't experienced anything else unexplainable. Sometimes I wonder if we collectively lost our minds during lockdown, if the stress and isolation warped our perceptions. But then I remember the footage of that white silhouette near our daughter's cot. And I know it wasn't in our heads. We still live in the same house. Moving wasn't financially possible, especially during the pandemic. We've made peace with whatever happened here, though I still occasionally wake up in the middle of the night listening for those 3 knocks. The deacon suggested that perhaps the spirit of the elderly woman was just checking on our daughter, that not all supernatural presences are malevolent. I want to believe that's true, but there was something about the violent nature of those bangings, the forceful way the taps were turned on, that felt angry, intrusive. I've never spoken publicly about this until now. My closest friends would probably think I've gone mad, practical, logical Matt suddenly believing in ghosts. But living through something like this changes you. It makes you question everything you thought you understood about reality. Last week I was home alone again and thought I heard something from upstairs, not knocking but a soft shuffling sound from my daughter's room. I stood at the bottom of the stairs, frozen, my heart hammering in my chest. After several minutes of silence, I convinced myself to go check. Her room was empty, peaceful in the afternoon sunlight. As I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of something in her window, a brief reflection that didn't match my own. A gaunt face, elderly, watching me with hollow eyes. It was there for less than a second before disappearing. I haven't told my partner about this. I don't want to bring back the fear we finally managed to put behind us. But I find myself wondering if the deacon's blessing merely paused things rather than ended them permanently. If the previous resident of this house is still here, still watching, just being more careful not to be detected. We've renewed our lease for another year. Sometimes I question that decision. But where else would we go? Every house has a history, and at least here we know what we're dealing with. Most days are normal now. We've settled back into regular life, but I still check the baby monitor more often than necessary. I still find myself hesitating before opening the bedroom door when I'm home alone. And I never, ever ignore notifications from the Ring doorbell, even though there's never anyone there when I check. Because now I know, just because you can't see someone doesn't mean they're not there. Story 17. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family, because honestly, who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest. Everything I'm about to share is 100% true, and to this day, I still can't explain what happened in my nan's house near Birmingham. My grandfather died when I was about 7. We were really close, and I took it hard. He was this warm, funny man who always smelled like pipe tobacco and mints. He'd been a scout leader for decades. It was his passion. After the funeral, I moved in with my nan temporarily while my parents sorted out some financial issues. That's when things started getting weird. The first incident happened about 3 weeks after the funeral. I was sitting in Nan's living room watching cartoons. It was an ordinary Saturday morning, sunny but cold outside. I remember because Nan had the heating cranked up, making the house feel stuffy. I was bored, flipping channels, when movement caught my eye near the hallway door. I looked up, and there was my granddad, clear as day, walking through the living room in his full scout uniform. Olive green shirt with all his badges, navy shorts, the yellow neckerchief, everything. He didn't look at me, just walked straight through toward the kitchen. I wasn't scared at all. In my 7-year-old mind, I just thought, oh, Granddad's home. I called out to Nan, who was upstairs. Nan, Granddad's back. He's in his scout clothes. She came rushing down, face white as a sheet. When she asked me to describe what I'd seen, I told her every detail, even the red and blue ribbon on a medal I'd never paid attention to before. My Nan sat down hard on the sofa, shaking. Turns out they'd buried him in that uniform, and that medal was something called the Silver Acorn that was kept in a drawer, not something I would have known about. My Nan called my parents immediately. I remember my mum arriving, eyes all puffy from crying, asking me questions over and over. They thought I was making it up to cope with grief. I wasn't. A few months later, I was staying at Nan's for the weekend. My bedroom was my granddad's old office, which they'd converted after he died. I woke up needing the toilet at around 3 a.m. The bathroom was across the landing, and I had to pass Nan's bedroom to get there. As I walked past her open door, I saw her sitting upright in bed, staring toward her doorway. She looked terrified. She whispered, "Do you see that?" In the hallway was a pair of brown corduroy trousers, my granddad's favorites, moving across the floor. There wasn't a person in them, just the trousers, with this faint, greyish outline around them. They moved like someone was walking, but there was nobody there. We both watched as they crossed the landing and disappeared into the bathroom. Nan and I never mentioned it the next morning. I think we both thought the other would think we were crazy. It wasn't until years later that we actually compared notes and realized we'd both seen the same thing. The incidents weren't constant. That's what made it worse somehow. We'd go weeks, sometimes months, without anything happening. Then something would occur that would turn my blood cold. When I was about 10, Nan had this old armchair in the kitchen where Grandad used to sit and do the crossword every morning. One morning, we were having breakfast when Nan suddenly froze, staring at the empty chair. I followed her gaze, but couldn't see anything. "What's wrong?" I asked. She shushed me, still staring. Later, she told me she'd seen a shadow rise up from the chair, shaped like a man. It had crossed the kitchen and vanished into the pantry. She recognized the way it moved, the slight limp from Grandad's bad knee, the way he'd hunch his shoulders forward. By the time I was 13, I'd moved back home with my parents, but I still stayed at Nan's most weekends. That's when the bed incident started. I'd be lying in bed, reading or trying to sleep, when my bed would rock slightly, as if someone had bumped into it while walking past. The first time it happened, I thought it was just a house settling or something, but it kept happening. Always the same gentle rock, like someone had nudged the corner of the mattress. Then came the footsteps. I'd hear them on the landing at night, heavy, slow steps, always stopping outside my door. Sometimes the door handle would turn, but the door never opened. I started sleeping with my desk chair propped under the handle. One night when I was 15, both Nan and I heard someone moving around downstairs. It was about 2 a.m., and the sounds were unmistakable. The creak of the third step from the bottom, it always squeaked. Footsteps in the hallway, the kitchen door opening, the scrape of a chair on the linoleum floor. Nan's bedroom was next to mine. I heard her door open, then a soft knock on my door. "Are you awake?" she whispered. "Yeah. Do you hear that?" "Someone's downstairs." We were both terrified. My Nan had one of those emergency alarms around her neck for elderly people, and she pressed it. While we waited for the response, the noises continued. Cupboard doors opening and closing, the kettle being filled. When the emergency response called back, they sent police. By the time they arrived, the noises had stopped. The officers checked the entire house. All doors and windows were locked from the inside. Nothing was disturbed, no sign of any break-in, except for one thing. On the kitchen table was my granddad's old crystal ashtray, filled with fresh pipe ash. My Nan hadn't touched that ashtray since he died. She kept it in a cabinet as a memento. Neither of us had taken it out. The police assumed one of us had been smoking and was too embarrassed to admit it. They didn't understand that the smell of that particular tobacco, Erinmore Flake, my granddad's favorite, was unmistakable and hadn't been in that house for years. The worst incident, the one that still makes my skin crawl, happened when I was 16. I was staying at Nan's for the Easter break. I woke up in the middle of the night, not sure what time, but it was pitch black outside. As soon as I opened my eyes, I knew something was wrong. The room felt heavy, like the air was pressing down on me. That's when I saw it. A figure standing at the foot of my bed. Not my granddad this time. This was something else entirely. It was tall, taller than any normal person, and unnaturally dark. Not just dark-colored, but like it was absorbing all the light around it. It had a vaguely human shape, but proportions that weren't quite right. Arms too long, neck too thin. I couldn't move, literally could not move a muscle. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. The figure just stood there watching me. I don't know how I knew it was watching, since I couldn't see any eyes, but I felt its attention on me, like a physical weight. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I managed to pull the covers over my head like a little kid. I was crying silently, terrified of what might happen if I made a noise. Then the light switched on. I heard my Nan's voice. "Are you all right, love? I had the strangest feeling I needed to check on you." When I lowered the blanket, the figure was gone. I broke down completely then, sobbing as I told her what I'd seen. She believed me without question and slept in a chair in my room for the rest of that night. The next morning, I discovered 3 deep scratches on my back, long, straight lines from my shoulder blade to my waist. They weren't bleeding, but they were red and raised, like they'd been there for days healing. I hadn't scratched myself, and they weren't in a place I could easily reach anyway. The thing is, these weren't the only incidents. There were countless smaller ones. The smell of pipe tobacco would suddenly fill a room, then disappear. The landline phone would ring at 3:27 a.m., the exact time my granddad had died. But when we answered, there'd be nothing but static, heavy knocking on the front door in the middle of the night, but nobody there when we checked. One particularly bizarre incident happened when I was 17. Nan had these old photo albums she kept in the living room cabinet. One night, we heard a crash and ran in to find one album open on the floor, several photos scattered around it. Every single photo was of my granddad, pulled from different albums throughout the cabinet. I remember Nan just sighing and saying, "That's enough now, Harold, you're scaring the boy." The strangest part, nothing weird happened for almost 2 months after that. I went to university when I was 18, coming back to visit less frequently. Nan never reported anything major happening when I wasn't there, which made me wonder if whatever was in that house was somehow connected to me as well as to her. The last incident happened when I was 22. Nan had fallen ill with pneumonia, and I'd come to stay with her during her recovery. It was my first night back, around 11 p.m. I was in the kitchen making tea when I heard my name called clearly from the living room. It was my granddad's voice, no doubt about it. I walked into the living room, half expecting to see him sitting in his old armchair. Instead, the room was empty, but unnaturally cold. On the coffee table was a small wooden box I'd never seen before. Inside was my granddad's pipe and tobacco pouch. I asked Nan about it the next morning. Her face went pale. "That box was in the attic," she said, "in a trunk locked with a key that I lost years ago." 3 weeks later, my Nan passed away in her sleep. The doctor said it was peaceful, that her heart simply stopped. After the funeral, my parents and I cleared out the house. Nothing strange happened during that process. No moved objects, no footsteps, no apparitions. I've been back to the house once since then, just to drive by after the new owners moved in. I almost stopped to warn them about what they might experience, but what would I say? By the way, my dead granddad might walk through your living room occasionally, and there's a tall shadow thing that might stand at the foot of your bed. To this day, I don't know if what we experienced was my granddad trying to stay connected to us, or something else entirely. Something that maybe just used his appearance to interact with us. I don't know why the scratches appeared on my back, or why that shadow figure felt so different from the other manifestations. All I know is that everything I've described here happened exactly as I've written it. I've never found an explanation that makes sense, and I've looked into everything from carbon monoxide poisoning to mass hysteria. Nothing fits. Sometimes I dream about that house. In the dreams, I'm standing outside, looking up at my old bedroom window. And there's always someone looking back, not my granddad, not the shadow figure, but someone with my face, desperately trying to warn me about something. I always wake up before I can figure out what the warning is. Story 18. I've been a security guard at St. Mercy Hospital in Toronto for about 9 months now. It's usually a pretty decent gig. I do my rounds, check the doors, make sure nobody's where they shouldn't be. Regular security stuff. But what happened 3 nights ago? I still can't explain it. I'm writing this down partly because I need to tell someone, and partly because I'm hoping someone out there might have experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it. St. Mercy is a big hospital complex with several buildings. Most of them are modern medical facilities, but there's this one old building everyone calls the Asbestos Clinic. It's this creepy 3-story brick structure from the 1950s that used to be a tuberculosis sanatorium. They don't use it for patients anymore, just storage and some administrative offices on the first floor. The second floor is completely abandoned, and the basement? Well, that's where things get weird. Since my first week, I've heard stories about the place being haunted. The other guards talk about a young girl who supposedly killed herself on the second floor back in the 70s. Maintenance guys refuse to go there alone. Even some of the doctors avoid the building when they can. I always laughed it off. I'm not the superstitious type, or at least I wasn't. The basement of that building has these tunnels. They used to use them to transport bodies discreetly back in the day. Management keeps them locked up now, and we're not even supposed to go down there during regular patrols. Safety hazard, they say. But we all know it's because of the stories. My shift started at 11 p.m. like usual. Nothing out of the ordinary for the first few hours, just the typical quiet hospital night. Around 2:30 a.m., I was sitting in the security office with Fred, my supervisor, when I decided I'd check out the old clinic. "You doing a patrol?" Fred asked, not looking up from his crossword. "Yeah," I said, grabbing my flashlight. "Gonna check the clinic too." Fred just nodded. He knows I'm thorough. It was raining that night, one of those steady, cold April rains that soaks through everything. The clinic is about a 5-minute walk from the main hospital across a small courtyard. As I walked over, I felt this weird tension creeping up my spine, probably just the storm, I told myself. I did my exterior check first, something we always do, making sure all doors and windows are secure. When I got to the back door, I noticed something off. It was slightly ajar, not wide open, just not fully closed. This was a door I know I had checked and locked during my 11:30 patrol. We're super strict about keeping that building secured. I radioed Fred. "Hey, I'm at the clinic. Back door's open." "Maintenance, maybe?" he suggested. "At 3 in the morning? Check it out, but be careful. Want me to come over?" "Nah, I'm good. Probably just didn't close properly earlier." I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The air in there is always different. Stale and heavy with this musty smell like old books. The first floor was dark except for the dim emergency lights. I flicked on my flashlight and did a quick sweep of the admin offices. Nothing unusual. Here's where I made my first mistake. I decided to check the second floor. We don't usually patrol up there beyond a quick peek at the stairwell landing, but with the door being open, I wanted to be thorough. The second floor is completely gutted, just empty rooms with peeling paint and exposed pipes. My footsteps echoed as I walked down the long corridor, checking each room. The building felt, I don't know how to describe it, aware. Like it knew I was there. I was about halfway down the hall when I heard it, the distinct sound of a door creaking open somewhere behind me. I spun around, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, but the hallway was empty. "Hello?" I called out. "Security? Anyone there?" Nothing. I went back and checked every room I'd already passed. Empty. I tried telling myself it was just the building settling, but I know what I heard. I've been in enough old buildings to know the difference. I radioed Fred again. "Hey, can you meet me at the clinic, second floor? Just want another pair of eyes." Fred showed up about 5 minutes later, looking annoyed but alert. "What's up?" he asked. "I heard a door open, but I can't find anyone," I explained, feeling slightly stupid now that I had backup. We did another sweep together, checking closets and behind equipment. Fred even lifted some tarps covering old furniture. Nothing. "Buildings playing tricks on you, Marcus," Fred said. "These old places make all kinds of noises." I nodded, but I wasn't convinced. "Yeah, probably." Fred headed back to the security office, and I finished my patrol of the second floor. Nothing else unusual happened, but I couldn't shake this feeling that I was being watched. Then I did something really stupid. Instead of leaving well enough alone, I decided to check out the basement tunnels. They're off limits, but I had the master key, and with the back door being mysteriously open, I thought I should be thorough. The basement stairs are narrow and steep, with concrete walls that feel like they're closing in on you as you descend. The air gets colder and damper with each step. By the time I reached the bottom, I could see my breath. The main basement area is just storage, old hospital beds, equipment, that sort of thing. But at the far end, there's a heavy metal door that leads to the tunnels. It's always locked with a padlock. Except that night, the padlock was hanging open. I should have called Fred right then. I should have backed out and gotten help. But instead, I unlocked the door and went in. The tunnel is long and narrow, barely wider than my shoulders, with pipes running along the ceiling. My flashlight beam only reached about 15 feet ahead, leaving the rest in absolute darkness. The walls are this sickly greenish tile, cracked and stained with age. My footsteps echoed weirdly, like they were coming from both in front and behind me. I'd gone maybe 50 feet when my flashlight started flickering. I smacked it against my palm a few times, and it stabilized, but it was definitely dimmer than before. Great timing. The tunnel split into a T intersection. I had no idea which way to go, so I just stood there for a moment listening. That's when I felt it, a sudden drop in temperature that made my skin prickle, and there was this smell. Not strong, just barely there, like something rotting far away. My flashlight flickered again, and this time it went out completely. I stood frozen in the pitch darkness, my heart hammering against my ribs. I fumbled for my cell phone to use its light, but before I could get it out, I heard it. A scream. A woman's scream, so high-pitched and full of terror that it made my blood freeze. It came from the direction of the entrance behind me. It wasn't distant or muffled. It sounded like someone was being murdered right around the corner. I ran. I fucking ran back toward the entrance, blind in the darkness, scraping my shoulders against the walls. I tripped once and fell hard on my knees, but adrenaline had me back up in seconds. The whole time, I kept expecting to collide with whoever had screamed, but I met no one. When I burst through the tunnel door back into the main basement, the emergency lights gave just enough illumination to see that the room was empty. The basement stairs door, the one that leads up to the first floor, was standing wide open. I know I had closed that door behind me. I radioed Fred, my voice shaking so badly I had to repeat myself. "Fred, I need you at the clinic basement now." "What's wrong?" He sounded alert. "Just get here, fast." I waited at the bottom of the stairs, not wanting to go up alone. My flashlight was working again, which made no sense. Fred appeared at the top of the stairs about 2 minutes later. "What happened? You look like you've seen a ghost," he said as he came down. "Did you pass anyone coming in?" I asked. "No, place is empty. What's going on?" I explained about the tunnel, the scream, the open door. Fred looked concerned, but not convinced. "Let's check it out," he said, heading toward the tunnel door. As soon as we approached it, we both stopped. The smell hit us like a wall, that sickening sweet stench of decomposition, 100 times stronger than the hint I'd noticed earlier. It was so powerful I gagged. Fred covered his nose with his sleeve. Jesus Christ, what is that? We forced ourselves to go in, following the beam of Fred's flashlight. The smell got worse the further we went, but we found nothing. No body, no animal, nothing that could explain it. When we reached the T-intersection, the smell suddenly vanished, like someone had flipped a switch. We searched the entire length of both tunnel branches. Nothing, not a single thing out of place. No sign anyone had been there. When we got back upstairs, Fred looked shaken. "I've worked here 15 years, he said. Never smelled anything like that before." "And the scream?" I asked. "You think I imagined that too?" He hesitated. "I don't know, man, but something's not right." We checked the entire building again, top to bottom. All the doors were locked from the inside. No windows were broken. There was absolutely no way anyone could have gotten in or out without us seeing them. The rest of my shift passed in a blur. I couldn't stop replaying it all in my head. The open back door, the creaking on the second floor, the scream, that smell. None of it made sense. It's been 3 days now. I've done my shifts like normal, but I rush through my patrols of the clinic. I don't linger, I don't investigate sounds, and I absolutely do not go near that basement door. Last night, as I was checking the first floor, I thought I heard footsteps on the floor above me. Light, quick steps, like a child running. I got out of there so fast I nearly twisted my ankle. I don't know what happened in that tunnel. I don't know who screamed or what caused that smell. All I know is that St. Mercy's old asbestos clinic isn't just a building. There's something else there, something that doesn't want to be forgotten, and I feel like ever since that night it knows I'm aware of it. The security office got a request today to install better locks on the tunnel door. Fred didn't mention what we experienced to management, just said it was a safety concern. I'm grateful for that. I don't want to be the guy who freaked out over nothing, but it wasn't nothing. I know what I heard. I know what I smelled. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I swear I can still hear those footsteps following me down the hallway. Story 19. I never believed in ghosts, not once in my life. I was always the rational one, the friend who'd explain away the creaks in old houses or debunk those ghost-hunting TV shows. But that changed 2 months ago, and I still can't wrap my head around what happened. My roommate Lily and I moved into this apartment near Brookhaven College in early September. It seemed perfect, affordable, close to campus, and recently renovated. The landlord mentioned the previous tenants broke their lease early, but we didn't think much of it. We were just excited to find a decent place that wouldn't completely drain our bank accounts. The first few days were normal, unpacking boxes, arranging furniture, and trying to make the place feel like home. We both brought our cats with us, which was a huge plus since this was one of the few places that allowed pets. My cat Milo is super chill, while Lily's cat Luna is typically skittish but sweet. I remember the first weird thing happened exactly 13 days after we moved in. It was a Friday night, and I'd gone out with some classmates to celebrate the end of our first 2 weeks of classes. I got back around 1 a.m., slightly tipsy, but definitely not drunk. Lily was staying at her boyfriend's place, so I had the apartment to myself. I was lying in bed, scrolling through TikTok when I saw it. A tall black shadow just walked through my bedroom wall. Not like it came through the door. It literally passed through the solid wall. It was shaped like a person but completely featureless, and it moved across my room before disappearing into the opposite wall. The whole thing lasted maybe 3 seconds. My first thought? Okay, maybe I had more to drink than I realized. I laughed it off, rolled over, and went to sleep. I didn't even mention it to Lily when she came home the next day, but then things started happening when I was completely sober. 4 days after the shadow incident, I was studying in my room when I heard Lily call my name from the living room. It was clear as day. Emma. I got up and went out there, but she wasn't home. Her shift at the campus coffee shop didn't end for another hour. I stood in our empty living room, and the back of my neck prickled with goosebumps. When I told Lily about it later, she looked really uncomfortable and said, "That's weird, because I've been hearing knocking on my bedroom wall and door at night. I thought it was you trying to get my attention." "I haven't knocked on your door once since we moved in," I told her. That night, I heard it too. 3 loud, deliberate knocks on the wall right next to my bed. Knock, knock, knock. I froze, staring at the wall. Our apartment is on the end of the building. There's literally nothing on the other side of that wall except the outside of the building, and we're on the 2nd floor. I waited, heart pounding, and then it happened again. Knock, knock, knock. I texted Lily immediately. "Are you knocking on the wall right now?" "No, I'm in bed. Why?" "I'm hearing knocking on my bedroom wall." "Which wall?" "The outside one." She didn't respond for a minute, then came to my door and asked if she could sleep in my room that night. Neither of us slept much. The next morning we tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a tree branch hitting the building, but there are no trees tall enough near that wall. Pipes knocking? But the sound was too deliberate, too evenly spaced. Eventually we just decided to ignore it and hope it would stop. It didn't. The following week, things escalated. I was in the kitchen making dinner when I heard Lily call me from her bedroom. "Emma, can you come here for a sec?" I walked down the hall and poked my head in her room. "What's up?" She looked confused. "I didn't call you. I literally just heard you ask me to come here." "Emma, I was just sitting here reading." I didn't say anything. We stared at each other, and I felt this cold dread settle in my stomach. That same night, around 3 a.m., our cats went absolutely nuts. I woke up to Milo hissing and puffing up on the foot of my bed, his eyes fixed on my bedroom door. I could hear Luna doing the same thing in Lily's room across the hall. Both cats were terrified, backing away from the doors, tails puffed up. I grabbed my phone and texted Lily, "Are you awake?" "Yes." "Luna's freaking out." "Milo too. I think someone's in our apartment." We both thought the same thing. Someone had broken in. I grabbed the baseball bat I keep under my bed, College Safety 101, and slowly opened my door. Lily did the same, holding a can of pepper spray. We checked every inch of that apartment. Closets, under beds, behind the shower curtain, balcony. Nothing. Doors and windows were locked. No signs of entry, but the cats wouldn't calm down for hours. They kept staring at empty corners of the rooms, following something with their eyes that we couldn't see. The next day, I called maintenance to check if there were any animals in the walls or attic. The guy found nothing, but said he'd put some traps just in case. He looked uncomfortable when I mentioned the knocking, though. "You know the tenants before you complained about knocking too," he said casually as he was leaving. "What did you tell them?" I asked. He shrugged. "Old buildings make noise, but they moved out pretty quick." That night, I was up late finishing a paper in the living room when I distinctly heard footsteps coming from the kitchen. Slow, heavy footsteps on our linoleum floor. I called out, "Lily?" No answer. The footsteps stopped. I got up and checked. Lily was fast asleep in her room with the door closed. I went to the kitchen and found nothing, but there was this smell, like something rotting. It was concentrated in one corner of the kitchen near the pantry. I checked everything, garbage, drains, behind appliances, but couldn't find the source. The smell disappeared after about 10 minutes. The next morning I asked Lily if she'd noticed any bad smells. "Yes, in the bathroom yesterday. It smelled like something died, but just in one spot. When I stepped a foot away, I couldn't smell it anymore." Over the next few days, we both kept experiencing the same things. Knocking on walls and doors, hearing each other call out when we hadn't, footsteps when no one was there, that rotting smell appearing and disappearing, and the cats acting freaked out at random times. But the worst was when Lily saw it too. She was up late studying in the living room when she saw what she described as a full shadow person walk along the wall from the kitchen to the hallway. Not just a glimpse or a trick of the light, a full human-shaped shadow that moved with purpose. It looked like it was wearing a hat, she told me, her voice shaking, like an old-fashioned wide-brimmed hat. That sent chills down my spine because the shadow I'd seen had seemed tall, but I hadn't noticed a hat. Was there more than one? We tried to keep our experiences to ourselves, afraid our friends would think we were losing it. But it was getting harder to brush off. I started dreading going home. I'd find excuses to stay on campus longer, to hang out at friends' places, anything to avoid being in our apartment. Lily did the same. About 3 weeks after it all started, I was alone in the apartment. It was around 5 p.m., still daylight outside. I was in my room with the door closed, headphones on, trying to zone out with music and homework. Suddenly, my door swung open. Wide open, like someone had pushed it with force. I jumped up, pulling my headphones off. "Lily?" No answer. She wasn't supposed to be home for hours. Then came the knocking, not on the wall this time, but on my desk, right in front of me. 3 loud knocks that made my textbook jump. Knock, knock, knock. I ran out of the apartment and sat in my car until Lily got home. When I told her what happened, she said, "We need to talk to the landlord or something. This isn't normal." The next day, we went to the leasing office. The manager listened to our complaints with an increasingly uncomfortable expression. "Has anyone died in our unit?" Lily finally asked. "No, absolutely not," the manager said quickly. Too quickly. "It's a new building, only 5 years old." "Then why did the previous tenants break their lease?" I pressed. She shuffled some papers. "I'm not at liberty to discuss other tenants' situations." That night was the worst. We were both home, sitting in the living room with all the lights on, watching a movie to distract ourselves. Around 10 p.m., the knocking started, not just in one place, but everywhere. Walls, ceiling, floor. Like we were surrounded, the cats went crazy, running to hide under the couch. Then the voices started, not clear words, but whispers that seemed to come from every corner of the room. The TV suddenly shut off, and the temperature dropped so dramatically that we could see our breath. That's when we saw it. Not one shadow figure, but 3. One in the hallway, one by the kitchen, and one right behind the couch where we were sitting. They didn't move, just stood there, watching us. I could feel the one behind me, even though I was too terrified to turn around. Lily was the first to move. She grabbed my arm and her keys, and we ran out of the apartment, not even stopping to get our phones or wallets. We spent the night in her car in the Walmart parking lot, too scared to go back. The next day, we went back only to pack essential items and grab our cats. We couch-surfed with friends for a week, while desperately trying to find somewhere else to live, or someone to take over our lease. No one would, not after we told them why we were leaving. We ended up having to break our lease, losing our security deposit and paying a penalty. It destroyed our savings, but we couldn't stay there another night. We found a much smaller, more expensive place across town, and our parents had to help us with the new deposit. The leasing office at our old place never admitted anything was wrong with the apartment. But when we were moving out, one of the maintenance guys whispered to me, "Smart move. That unit has had 6 tenants in 5 years. No one stays more than a few months." It's been 2 months since we moved. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear knocking. Lily says the same thing happens to her. The cats seem normal again, but they get spooked easier than they used to. I've tried researching the land where our apartment building was built, looking for anything that might explain what happened. The only thing I found was that before the apartment complex, there was an old farmhouse on that property for over 100 years. It was torn down in 2015. I don't know what was in our apartment. I don't know if it was something that died there or something that was attached to the land or what. But I know what I experienced wasn't normal. wasn't my imagination, and wasn't something I can explain away anymore. I used to be a skeptic. I used to roll my eyes at ghost stories. Now, I'm just grateful to be out of that place, and I hope whoever is living there now either doesn't experience what we did or has the sense to get out faster than we did. Sometimes I drive by our old building, and I always notice the same thing. The lights in our old unit are never on. Even at night, that apartment stays dark. I wonder if it's empty again. I wonder if it's waiting for the next tenants. Story 20. I've spent over a decade trying to make sense of what happened that night. I don't talk about it much anymore since nobody believes me. Not my therapist, not my husband, and definitely not my parents. But I need to put this somewhere, even if it's just so I don't feel like I'm going crazy. This happened when I was 16, spending the summer at my grandparents' house in Ridgemont. It's one of those cookie-cutter suburban neighborhoods where nothing ever happens. Well-trimmed lawns, neighborhood barbecues, the whole deal. My brother Michael was 14 at the time, and our cousin Paul was visiting too. He was 17 and always the most adventurous of us three. That particular evening, my grandparents were attending some church function and wouldn't be back until late. It was one of those hot, sticky July nights where the air feels heavy before a storm. The weather report had mentioned possible thunderstorms, and sure enough, we could see lightning in the distance, illuminating the clouds every few seconds. Paul had been acting weird all day. He kept mentioning seeing things out of the corner of his eye, just shadows or movements that would disappear when he turned his head. I didn't think much of it. Paul was always into weird paranormal stuff, constantly watching ghost hunting shows and telling us about hauntings he'd read about online. I figured he was just trying to freak us out. "I'm serious, Sam," he insisted as we sat in the living room. "It's like someone's following me. I keep seeing this, I don't know, this figure." Michael was glued to his handheld game, barely paying attention, but I rolled my eyes. "Yeah, right. You're just trying to scare us." Paul shook his head. "No, I'm not. It's been happening for weeks now. It's always just out of sight, but I know it's there." The way his voice wavered made me pause. Paul wasn't the type to get genuinely scared. He was usually the one scaring us. There was something in his eyes that seemed off, a nervousness I wasn't used to seeing. Around 9 p.m., we decided to go outside to watch the lightning storm. It was still miles away, but the sky was lighting up every minute or so. We sat on this low brick wall that separated my grandparents' patio from their backyard. The air was completely still. No breeze, no sound of crickets, nothing. Just this eerie silence, occasionally broken by distant thunder. We'd been sitting there for maybe 10 minutes when Paul suddenly went rigid. His eyes fixed on something near the neighbor's fence, about 30 feet away. "Do you see that?" he whispered. "See what?" I asked, squinting in the darkness. "It's a little girl. She's just standing there watching us." I looked where he was pointing but saw nothing. "Paul, knock it off. It's not funny." "I'm not joking," he insisted, his voice tight. "She's right there. Oh God, she's coming closer." Michael finally looked up from his game, glancing around nervously. "I don't see anything, man." What happened next is the part I've replayed in my head countless times. There was no verbal cue, no signal between us. No one said run or even moved first, but in the exact same instant all three of us stood up and started sprinting toward the house. It was like someone had flipped a switch in our brains simultaneously. I don't remember deciding to run. I was just suddenly doing it. As I ran, I glanced back over my shoulder. That's when I saw it. Near the air conditioning unit on the side of the house was a small, dark figure. It wasn't a child, at least not a normal one. It was crouched down, almost on all fours, but twisted in a way that didn't look human. It was too dark to make out features, but I could tell it was watching us. The sight of it sent a jolt of pure terror through me, unlike anything I'd ever felt. Paul was ahead of me, but as he reached the patio door, he suddenly stopped and turned. He looked directly at the air conditioning unit where the figure was and let out this terrible scream. Not a startled yelp or a shout, a full-on scream of absolute terror. It's a sound I'll never forget. We all burst through the patio door, slamming it behind us and locking it. Michael and Paul immediately ran to the guest bedroom at the back of the house. I stood frozen in the living room, my heart pounding so hard I thought I might throw up. The logical part of my brain was trying to process what I'd seen, trying to convince myself it was just a shadow or a neighbor's pet. After a few minutes, when nothing came crashing through the windows or doors, I started to calm down a little. I walked to the guest bedroom to check on Michael and Paul. When I opened the door, they were sitting on the beds playing video games like nothing had happened. "What the hell was that about?" I asked, still shaking. Paul looked up at me with this weird blank expression. Then he laughed. "What are you talking about?" "Outside, that thing by the AC unit. You screamed, Paul. We all ran." Michael glanced up, confused. "We were just watching the lightning and decided to come in. What are you freaking out about?" "Are you serious right now? We all ran at the same time. Paul, you saw something. You said it was a little girl." Paul's face showed no recognition whatsoever. "I didn't see anything, Sam. You're being weird." I felt like I was losing my mind. "But you screamed. You looked right at it and screamed." "I didn't scream," Paul insisted, looking genuinely confused. "Maybe you heard the thunder." "Michael," I turned to my brother desperately, "you remember, right? We all just ran into the house." He shrugged. "Yeah, we came inside because it looked like the storm was getting closer. No big deal." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It had literally just happened minutes ago. How could they not remember? I went back to the living room and looked out the patio door. The storm was still distant, no closer than before. The AC unit was visible from where I stood, but there was nothing there now. My grandparents came home around 11, and I didn't mention anything to them. What could I say? That my brother and cousin were gaslighting me? That I saw some creepy, not human thing in their backyard? I just went to bed, but I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that twisted figure by the AC unit. The next morning, I tried again. "Hey, for real, what happened last night? Why are you guys pretending nothing happened?" Michael looked genuinely concerned. "Sam, nothing happened. We watched the lightning for a bit and came inside. Are you feeling okay?" Paul nodded in agreement. "Yeah, you're being super weird about this." The most unsettling part was that they seemed completely sincere. There wasn't any hint that they were messing with me or keeping up some elaborate joke. They genuinely didn't remember any of it. For the rest of that summer, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I refused to go into the backyard alone, and I kept all the blinds closed at night. I tried bringing it up a few more times, but Michael and Paul both maintained they had no memory of seeing anything unusual or running in fear. Paul eventually went back home, and I didn't see him again until Christmas that year. I tried talking to him about it privately, but he just looked at me with concern and suggested maybe I'd had a really vivid nightmare. The thing is, Paul was never a good liar. He couldn't keep a straight face when he was joking around. But when he denied remembering what happened, he was completely convincing. Over the next few years, I occasionally brought it up with Michael, hoping his memory would somehow return. It never did. He consistently maintained that nothing unusual happened that night. Eventually, I stopped bringing it up because I could tell it was frustrating him, and honestly, it was frustrating me too. 8 years after that night, Paul died in a car accident. I never got closure with him about what happened. At his funeral, I found myself wondering if he'd really forgotten or if he'd been too scared to acknowledge it. I'll never know now. I've tried researching similar experiences online. There are plenty of ghost stories and accounts of paranormal encounters, but nothing quite matches what we experienced. The simultaneous compulsion to run, without any communication between us, is what haunts me the most. How did we all know to run at the exact same moment? What triggered that instinct in all three of us? And why am I the only one who remembers? I've considered all the rational explanations. Maybe I hallucinated it. Maybe there was something in the food we ate that affected me differently. Maybe I did have a vivid nightmare that somehow got mixed up with my real memories. But none of those explanations feel right. The memory is too clear, too detailed, too visceral to be anything but real. The figure by the AC unit wasn't human. I'm certain of that now. The way it was positioned, crouched but twisted, has stuck with me. In my memory it seems almost two-dimensional, like a shadow that had peeled itself off the ground. When I try to recall specific details, whether it had hair, what its face looked like, the image blurs. But the feeling of wrongness, of something fundamentally not right about its existence, remains crystal clear. Sometimes I wonder if I was meant to remember while they weren't. Like maybe whatever that thing was affected them differently, wiping their memories while leaving mine intact. But why? What purpose would that serve? I moved away from Ridgemont years ago and rarely visit my grandparents there anymore. When I do, I avoid looking at that part of the yard. My grandparents eventually replaced the AC unit, which gave me a small sense of relief, though I know that's irrational. To this day, I get anxious during lightning storms. That simultaneous feeling of dread and the unexplainable urge to run sometimes hits me when I'm alone in my house watching distant lightning. I've never experienced anything paranormal since that night, but I can't shake the feeling that something opened a door that shouldn't have been opened. Michael still lives in Ridgemont, just a few blocks from our grandparents. He's got 2 kids now and seems completely unaffected by what happened. Whenever I visit, I find myself looking at his kids and wondering if they've ever seen anything strange, if they've ever felt watched. I've never asked him. I don't expect anyone to believe me. I'm not even sure I would believe it if someone else told me this story. But it happened. Something was there that night, something that made us all run in terror. Something that somehow erased itself from Michael and Paul's memories, but left mine intact. And sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I still see that twisted figure and wonder if it sees me too.